The convoluted wording of legalisms grew up around the necessity to hide from ourselves the violence we intend toward each other. Between depriving a man of 1 hour from his life and depriving him of his life, there exists only a difference of degree. You have done violence to him, consumed his energy. Elaborate euphemisms may conceal your intent to kill, but behind any use of power over another, the ultimate assumption remains this: I feed on your energy. Addenda to Orders in Council, the Emperor Paul Muad'Dib. Welcome back to Dune Saga, everyone. This is season 4 of our Dune campaign here on the Soul and Fires channel. I am Eric at Modern Recluse Online, your games master for this epic multi-arc adventure series, which continues tonight with our latest storyline, Judge of the Change. A warm welcome and salutation to new and old viewers alike to the Soul and Fires channel here on Twitch, where there's always an awesome TTRPG live play to look forward to. Just as a content warning, this program does feature adult situations and language and may not be suitable for all ages, so your discretion is advised. In the way of announcement at the top of our show, we want to bring special attention to the plight facing the Palestinian people in Gaza right now. Leading this effort online is the U.S. Campaign for Palestinian Rights, or USCPR. Head on over to uscpr.org and use the resources there to contact your representatives. I want to call for a complete ceasefire and not a pause. Share the link on social media and help spread the message in an effort to get others involved in that struggle. Donate what you can to a network of activists and organizations who are committed to the freedom, justice, and equality for the Palestinian people, and who work to end U.S. complicity in that oppression. Educate, organize, and advocate for Palestinian rights today. Again, that's uscpr.org for the U.S. Campaign for Palestinian Rights. Music attribution shoutouts go to Pixabay, Scott Buckley, Coag Music, Tabletop Audio, and Bleer Moon. You can find more awesome ambient sounds and tunes over at secretpress.bandcamp.com, scottbuckley.com.au, and pixabay.com/music. Many thanks to Modifius Entertainment for making awesome games like Dune, Adventures in the Imperium, and Roll20 for the use of their virtual tabletop platform, perfect for hosting games just like this one. And as always, we want to give a big thanks to our viewers and fans for tuning in. Our house entourage is here and ready to engage in the deadliest of intrigues. Agents of the Imperium, tell our audience who you are, where they can find you online, and who you will be playing this evening. Beginning with Devin.
Hello all, my name is Devin. You can find me online at Sorta Sullied, and tonight I am going to play Kanki Sen, our totally not Bene Gesserit.
Yes. Aaron.
Hello, everyone. I am Aaron, now a healthy person. My pronouns are she, they, they. I can be found pretty much everywhere as Great Cthulhu, except Twitter. I will be playing Eloise Spacere tonight, whose pronouns are she, they.
Leo.
Hello. My name is Leo. You can find me here on Twitch at Leo the Black. Anyways, today I'll be playing Archibald, the great general mastermind.
And humble, too.
More ambitious than anything.
Ever?
Hey everybody, I'm your friendly neighborhood changeling Ever. You can use any pronouns for me. You can't defend me. Ha ha ha, the power is mine. And you can find me all over the internet as Thornkind, and no wait, all over the internet as Am Changeling, and on Etsy at Thornkind. I sell very, very gay and trans stickers. Tonight I will be playing Zoshir, whose pronouns are he, him.
Moon?
Hello, my name is Khaldun Khalil. Call me Moon. I'll be playing Nadim Harkonnen, a kind of mentat.
And last but not least, of course, Rachel.
Hello, I'm Rachel. I'm Stolen Fires, which you knew because you're here on this channel. And I play Lady Daphne, the herder of cats upon Arrakis.
Very apt. And now for a recap of the previous session, if you would be so kind, Aaron.
I would love to. You just pull it up. This will be new for me. All right. jumping right back into the action on Arrakis as things go topsy-turvy. The missing carryall is found crashed in the deep desert, hijacked by Harkonnen agents around the false wall east, due south of the Imperial Basin. The pilots have been taken hostage, but now the Harkonnens set their sights on us. Any backup would have to come from the Imperial Basin, 10 to 15 minutes out, and the Harkonnens have rocket launchers. Daphne feints an escape, intending to follow them from high in the air until backup arrives. Shiri is dubious of this idea, still in agony over Nelia's death. Unfortunately for them both, the false wall is pockmarked by caves and tunnels, into which the Harkonnens and their hostages have disappeared. Daphne gets a radio code from one of the workers and picks up fragments of Harkonnen battle language. Overhearing them say they have a pickup in Arrakeen within the hour, Daphne cuts in to say they don't have an hour. She mediates a ransom of spice for the hostages, with both the Atreides and the Harkonnens find acceptable. Meanwhile, Zoshir sparks some Fremen sneaking their way across the landscape. He attempts to signal with a mirror, but they are too focused on their own tasks. But once they're pointed out to Daphne, she angles the mirror properly, and Zoshir is able to convince them to stand down and avoid a fight. Thankfully, the hostage exchange happens without further incident, and Daphne accepts an invitation to Arrakeen. Dr. Yue can patch up Zoshir, and then she can introduce him to Duke Leto Atreides. Meanwhile, Norma is out in the desert when she receives a message from Hajan. Daphne's safe after her incident, but Hajan wants to know where Kanki is. He also conveys the intelligence regarding the attack on Zoshir, and that Murmur has gone rogue. But he only knows so much. She should meet up with the house. Kanki does so, and gets a briefing from Zoshir on Murmur's betrayal. He also reveals his Harkonnen lineage, but Norma already knew that. Zoshir then shares Murmur's illustrations with Kanki of the human-faced sandworm from the heretical Siege. Aga's seat has been abandoned for decades, some say haunted. Kanki's bubbly exterior drops, but only for a moment, as she reviews the illustrations. While Zoshir recovers, she and Shiri will attempt to find Murmur at Haga's seat. Daphne's tempted to go along, and flips through Kyra's journal for any signs, any hints or guidance. The ancient oracles saw this strange worm as abomination, a necessary evil that would usher in a new age for humanity. Good information, but nothing indicating Daphne herself must go. She decides to stay behind, but gives them both some advice. Kyra can handle overwhelming visions of the future because she was Kwisatz Haderach. Murmur is not, and thus has perhaps been driven mad by the weight of memory. Shiri struggles to understand what they're talking about, but Kanki uses a handful of sand as an object lesson. Daphne asks Kanki to try and keep Murmur alive, despite Zoshir's orders to reclaim her water. Kanki and Shiri head out to the haunted siege. It's hidden well away. Shiri tells Kanki to follow her lead once they're inside. She also says a small prayer before entering. Cut to Archibald on Two-Pile, reconciling to his new reality. He was supposedly been released from this new simulation. The Allfather has congratulated him, alluding to events Archibald has no memory of. How long has he been here? He's been given the freedom to explore Alfheim, to meet Hugin and Munin. One looks like a small child, the other a 12-foot monstrosity. They're both thinking machines, here to support and defend Allfather. The Citadel itself is pure alabaster white, its spires piercing the clouds. He spends some time getting to know the place. At some point, one of his entourage wants to speak in secret with him. Archibald is first inclined to speak Icelandic, but thinks better of it and switches to eye language. The White Rabbits are here, prepared to come and retrieve him, and they have atomics. But Archibald shoots down that idea. Allfather can't die to something as simple as atomics. Archibald understands the stakes of this war as much as his entourage is uncomfortable with the heresy of making deals with thinking machines. A despot and slaver at that. The only solution is to win the war, despite the risks. But Archibald realizes the Allfather unintentionally revealed a way to defeat it. Think of the machines as a virus. Viruses need hosts. What if the host is overcome? Archibald proposes allowing himself to integrate, which horrifies his attendant. He'd rather see this place turned to glass, insisting the Landsraad themselves would help. And so perhaps with the new Jihad, assuming Archibald can actually get off the planet to go meet them. But that provokes another thought. Nova Gaia is right there. Why has Allfather not destroyed the new Jihad? Clearly he has some use for them. Archibald's attendant begs him to take this before the Landsraad, but he doubts anyone would believe them. And the Guild clearly knows about this place, including the heresy, and I've chosen to do nothing. They could use that to compel the guild to act. Realization dawns on the soldier. They are home. Their real home. Sol. One planet away from Earth. And Archibald says it's time to come up with a better way. End the endless war. Tell the right rabbits to repair the new jihad and contact Nova Gaia. That's when he hears the chirping sound, along with the thunking around the corner. His presence is required back at the Citadel by Hugin. Archibald goes calmly. The Allfather greets him warmly, inviting him to take a walk. During the walk, the Allfather seems rather forthcoming about his plans. He wants to see the humans able to coexist with machines. The problem, as the Allfather sees it, is that people wanted to use the machines to control other people. But integration, the Allfather believes, would overcome that problem. If it wasn't for the new jihad, Alfheim would be a place of peace. It invites Archibald to imagine an Imperium without war. There is no war in Alfheim. Sorry. The first step of this plan is sending an envoy to repatriate the exiles on Tupile. Then cultivate Ix and Twilax as allies. Eventually, they'd be accepted as part of society. A society ignorant that the movement would be helmed by thinking machines. Archibald would, of course, not live to see the culmination of this plan, not without the lifespan extension offered by integration. But at the very least, Archibald could be that envoy, if he were willing. Archibald seems reluctant. He wants to know that the machines have a moral center, one that will protect humans. The Allfather provides some type of reassurance. This is just self-defense, it claims. Some humans are vermin, but some, like Archibald, are special. Archibald tries his best to study the Allfather. He knows there's something he isn't telling him. But he can't figure out exactly what. But at least the Allfather is not lying. Archibald challenges it on its recalcitrance, and the Allfather does not deny this, but will not reveal more, not now. It pivots to the Odinai system, the mining sector controlled by Chom. Two houses war over the mining rights, to the point that the Emperor sent his Sardaukar. It invokes history, even Rome, and says the Emperor must suffer a defeat to know that Tupile is a force to be reckoned with. And Archibald is the perfect person to humble even Shaddam. The general is not yet ready to make a decision, though. He decides instead to reach out to the new jihad himself. That night, they slink out of the Citadel. It's not difficult, as if he's being allowed to leave. The ship arrives just before dawn. As it lifts off, Archibald sees Hugin watch him leave. Back on Arrakis, Conky and Ciri stand at the foot of the haunted cave. It's dark in here, and the two women creep through the corridors. Ciri produces a small flare to provide some level of light, and draws her crysknife with her other hand. They both avoid falling to their deaths while crossing the uneven, treacherous ground. This place was clearly bombed out, bones and desiccated corpses and still suits littering the ground. They catch the scent of melange from the opening chasms. These faithful hoarded spice clearly. Kaneki notices a figure, aware of them but trying to remain quiet. She tells Ciri to pretend not to notice. The Fremen moves carefully as a decoy, walking inside a chamber. She stops short when she sees the figure. It's Nelia. Ciri remembers holding a dead Nelia in her arms. She slashes with a crysknife and falls through the false figure. She catches herself but is overwhelmed by the melange-drenched voices from her past. She comes across a spice fiber mural of the same human-faced worm. It has a multiplicity of arms, and Ciri begins having religious visions. The Pajen Jesuit does better with the spicy air, thanks to her Prana Bindu and stillsuit. She gathers Ciri and they head towards a faint light in utter silence. The silence breaks when a voice growls out to drop her weapons. Whoever it is tries to use the voice, and Ciri obediently drops her knife. Kanki responds with her own voice, commanding her to give up. The Mala pistol drops from her hands. Ciri fulfills the Mahdi's will and claims Mirma's water.
Excellent. Thank you for reading that, Aaron, and thank you, as always, to Rachel for taking excellent notes. We will begin on Jabberwock this evening with Elois and her entourage.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, indeed. You've been receiving delegates from different areas since your recent announcement to take in so many orphans into the house. Specifically, you've been getting a lot of attention from the Guild and the Bene Gesserit. They've sent their envoys because, well, they want to cut in the action, of course. If there are orphans that they can potentially train, if they have the gift, as they see it, then they will happily take them off your hands. This could be beneficial for you and your house, especially as it is a nascent house with a sponsor. I will direct your attention to the indices, because in addition to accruing things like wealth and imperial support, lands rent support, etc., there are also points that you can that will represent favor that you have curried with those two particular factions, the Guild and the Bene Gesserit. So, they've been making overtures to try to get something from Jabberwock and establish some kind of a relationship with you and the rest of your entourage. How you want to receive them, if at all, is completely up to you, of course. But this is going on for the better part of a week or two since you've returned as steward of Jabberwock. How does Elois react to this sort of attention?
So, I think she's happy to welcome the guild representatives. I think she'll still welcome the Bene Gesserits because she's not dumb enough to insult the Bene Gesserits. Bad idea. But she's far more cagey with letting, like, who she lets them inspect.
Okay. Very good. On top of that, there has been some activity with Varys and Beatrice as they've been preparing for the better part of the week their journey to Arrakis. Beatrice, of course, wants to meet the rest of her family and to learn about the rest of her family directly from them. So she's inclined to go, and Varys obviously feels sort of responsible for her. So he will, of course, accompany her back to Arrakis and introduce her to, or reintroduce her rather to Daphne and introduce her to Massam and the rest of them. He has business to conduct there either way, unless you wanted him to keep him here, in which case, then, he's at your disposal. But those are the main things that are happening right now. The money that you spent with your spice assets has definitely stimulated the local economy, and so things have been happening with much more frequency than normal. And there's a large flurry of activity when the local sook doctor that you had requested arrives. This is just a consultation. This is not purchasing a sook doctor or their services for any extended period of time. And because they have made it clear in the way that they worded their response to the invitation that although this is just a consultation and it is strictly pro bono, any additional visitations or any extended period of time spent on Jabberwock after the initial consultation will cost you money. In other words, in mechanical terms, it costs you like 1 wealth to basically hire a sook doctor, and it'll cost you more if you want to retain them for an extended period of time, like as a permanent part of your house. But this is the sook doctor that shows up at your front door. I'll put it in the Discord chat for you to see.
Oh, cool.
And she introduces herself as Sulima Nazam, and she does have the Imperial conditioning tattoo with a black diamond on her forehead, which is actually more rare than most people think it is. All physicians go to the Sook school, but not everybody makes it as a Sook. Like that takes the Sook represent kind of like the inner ring or the elites within that school. And to go that far is extremely expensive. So even if somebody has the capability for it, not everyone can afford to do so. So she has a certain air about her, like she's definitely confident about her abilities, but she's also very sort of stoic. She doesn't show too much emotion, almost like a mentat. And she's very watchful whenever she's aware of everybody and their proximity to her. That's one of the things that Amira tells you before you eventually meet her in a spot that used to be where Dr. Sloan wanted this place when he was the local sook. So she kind of gives you the breakdown. Like, she doesn't like to be crowded. Like, she has a thing about close spaces and people in close proximity with her. That's what Amira's observation has been so far. But she's willing to give you a look over to see if if there's anything to be worried about.
Okay. Yeah, Eloise will let herself be examined.
She doesn't approach you. She just kind of gestures to wordlessly to one of the areas where you can like recline. And there's something a little intimate about the whole thing. Despite Amira standing in the corner, like hand on her blade and stuff, she does seem to not make eye contact with you for whatever reason. You're not sure if that's because on some level she's shy, or because she has certain reservations for you in particular. That you don't know yet. But Sulima approaches you, and in a very taciturn kind of way, she kind of looks you over. Please turn your head, my lady. Like, examines you closely, and then just kind of studies you, and then digs into her bag of devices and things that she uses to kind of like run periphery scans over your face. She doesn't use too many of them. Most of the time, she just like removes her glove and says, "May I?" And then like gestures towards your face, and like she closes her eyes and seems to go into like almost like a trance, like a concentrative trance, which is something that Sook doctors can do. And she just kind of gently touches your face and concentrates. And there's something about this woman and this, like, it's obvious, like, she knows what she's doing and everything, but she seems to be very delicate when it comes to performing this analysis. And she's like, she puts her gloves back on. That appears to be first stage mutation, very common among navigators within the guild. You understand that this is non-reversible.
Of course, that not a concern. I knew the choice I made.
Then why was I summoned exactly? She looks at you.
I have concern about what kind of arrow it produced with these mutations.
What kind of what? I'm sorry?
Air. If I were to have a child.
Oh. She's like, that is a question for the guild, not for the Sook School. To our knowledge, in our extensive history, we've never known of a navigator who sired or gave birth to a child with these mutations.
I see.
If I were to garner a guess, I would say that it would have a profound effect on their physical makeup, their neurological development. They could very well arrive stunted or stillbirth. Is this a chance that you wanted to take?
I realize you're doing guesswork here, so I don't expect any kind of precision that a Sook doctor would be expected to have normally. What would be the chances?
Educated guesswork.
Yes. What would be the chances?
She starts throwing numbers at you, figures. They're not good. She's like, there are experimental venues that we can pursue, such as extracting an egg, freezing it, and genetically altering it so that the mutation is removed. However, doing so would involve others more suited in that sort of pursuit. And you kind of get the gist of what she's suggesting.
Is she saying Twilaxu?
She says that's a possibility, but she says it like with if this was a word bubble coming out of a comic book character, it'd have the icicles.
Got it.
She's like, there are others that are better suited to that of genetic manipulation. They've supposedly perfected it, although I wouldn't trust them any more than I would trust the Bene Gesserit to do so.
My family and my I forgot the term for what Cheshire is to me now. My
Sponsored family.
Nascent house.
It's my sponsor house. My sponsor house.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the nascent house. They're my sponsor. My sponsor house and my family have not a great history with those people in particular. So not an option. If I were to pursue this under your care, does that change the odds?
Somewhat, but like I said, it is purely experimental in that it has never been done to my knowledge.
Would you have interest in attempting that?
That is quite outside of my field, but it wouldn't be impossible to try. However, what you're asking is an incredibly expensive venture.
I have come into some spice, so money's not an issue.
Amira touches the back of her neck. The community messages coming in. She kind of clears her throat as and then when you make eye contact with her, and in the eye language, she says, "News has arrived."
Forgive me, Doctor. I'm. Can we put a pin in this conversation?
Of course, and please call me Sulema.
Of course. My apologies.
She still averts your eyes. She doesn't look at you directly. She just talks very, matter of fact. But when you get up from your reclining table or what have you, and you gather your things to go with Amira, she kind of you catch her looking back at you and your partner as you leave the medical bay. Amira's like, "We have Omelis needs you in the conference room. Varys and Beatrice are about to leave, and we've just received word from Kaitane."
Kaitane?
Says, "I don't know."
All right. What do you think? Before they go, she'll ask me, "What do you think of my foolhardy venture here?" And she'll kind of nod back to the doctor.
You know how I feel about the game of houses and this idea of legacy, she says.
I meant you and I having a child, more specifically, Amira.
She's like, it is possible. I've heard of this being able to be done, but I don't know anything about your condition. I don't know how that's going to affect them.
What if, okay, ignore the condition. I just meant in general.
I don't know. The life
Very
that
well.
we're living right now, under the Frau Frelich's system, incredibly dangerous.
I understand.
I hope you understand my hesitation.
Of course, I'm not. I do. I have hesitation. I have my own worries about this. So.
She says, if it wasn't for the situation that we're in right now, I would wholeheartedly agree. It's like, I know that this would make you happy, and that in turn would make me happy as well.
All right, we'll put a pin in this for now. It's not urgent, anyways. I don't plan on dying anytime soon.
I don't plan on allowing you to. Escorts you to the conference room, and Omelis is there, hands on the table, and he just looks like he got hit by a truck or something. He's just like, oh shit. Varys and Beatrice are there as well. They're a little emotional, but they, come up and they give you an embrace, to say goodbye for now. We'll see you when we return eventually. This is home now. Varys points out to Beatrice. She nods and smiles, and she's like, "Thank you for everything that you've done for me and for our family." She says, "Is there anything you would like for me to deliver to Daphne or anyone else within the house when we arrive?"
I'm gonna assume Eloise has probably prepared a crystal to send to Daphne to kind of update her on most of what's been happening here. I think she'll probably leave out the I'm consulting a Sook doctor to have my mutant spawn, perhaps. She'll leave that part out.
What? You mean we're not gonna raise abomination children as cousins together?
I mean, we will. We just won't know it. Heresy squared.
And you guys were all worried about a little machine that was that big.
It's not the size of the machine, it's what the heresy it's capable of. Besides,
you have two little monsters.
Eloise will leave out the assassination.
I am only looked down on for doing what I did.
Eloise will leave out the assassination of the noble also, but include that she's taking a hard line with them and explains in detail what they've let happen to Jabberwock in her absence with our cats and stuff. Yeah, that'll be kind of the gist of it, just a little catch up, and she'll be like, "Yeah, please just give this to the Duchess when you see her."
I will, of course. Varys, tries his hand yet again at some kind of lighthearted comedy with Amira, who of course repels it effortlessly with no expression whatsoever. And he says, "Sick, you take care of my sister now, okay?" Okay. He goes in for a hug, and he's like, "Yes, thank you for being so gracious, and I'll do what we can for you where we're at on Arrakis, and we'll of course come back to visit. If you need anything from us, just send word."
Don't die and keep my niece safe, both of them.
Of course. Yes, absolutely. With that, they kind of gather the things, and group comes in to help them load up their things onto the shuttle, which will take off for the Haylaner that's in orbit currently. And then once the doors close, Omelis is like, he just slides something over to you on the table. It is an Imperial cylinder with the seal. Would you care to guess the contents of the Emperor's message for you?
This is a summons, I presume.
Indeed it is. Would you like me to read it to you, or would you prefer to read it yourself?
Maybe it will sound less harsh if you read it, Omelis.
That's saying something considering his monotone. But yeah, he proceeds to read the very official, stationery of Shaddam, Padishah Emperor Shaddam IV. And he is basically insisting that you and your entourage come to Kaitane as soon as possible for the latest Landsrad meeting. They meet every year or every couple months, and there's like a big meeting with the with the High Council every 5 years or so. And the emperor is usually in attendance. You're a nascent house, so you don't. Those waters are much bigger than your fish. You're known in the local Sisselrad, but ever since you made your big splash, return to Jabberwock as steward, that has sent ripples throughout the rest of the Imperium, and they've noticed. In the letter, they are inviting you to attend the latest session because, as a special event, they plan to award you for your heroism, for your acts in saving all those people, and saving the Hayliner from destruction, and certain doom. So, and you're like, he's reading this in the same stilted manner as usual, and you could tell he's not pleased about this. But anybody else would be thrilled, like, oh shit, the Emperor's gonna put a fucking medal around my neck, and I'm gonna be the toast of the town. Amelis is not amused. He just waits for you to absorb everything, and then waits for you to respond.
Okay. This is some sort of trap, it feels like. Enlighten me, Amelis. This is your job.
The politics of this are very alluring. You arrive on Kaitane the Emperor and the Landsrat recognize your efforts, reward you something. But this is a special session of the Landsrat. There is business to be conducted there. Judging from what I know of everything that's happening currently, there is more going on here than it appears. I don't know what exactly the Emperor wants with you, but he wouldn't waste time awarding you with some sort of medal, especially given our house, your house, and the fact that they are a vassal to House Cheshire. Everyone who is a pulse on the political scene on Kaitane understands that the Emperor is very displeased with our sponsor house. He wouldn't be drawing you out into the open without a real reason behind it. Anyone can award a medal. This is something else.
So either he seeks to turn me against my house, against House Cheshire, or what's option 2?
Option 2 is that he has some other scheme in mind, undoubtedly formulated by that Mentat assassin of his friend Count Fenring. If you decline his invitation,
We know I can't decline
consequence-
Omelis.
Very good then. But we're on the same page. It's like there is of course tremendous gain to be had from this if we go forward with whatever it is that the Emperor is offering. It's like this would look good for our house and would potentially open new doors, new opportunities, with an introduction to other houses within the lands, rather. Houses that would be outside of our reach normally.
Of course. I think obviously the benefits outweigh the potential hazards.
Yeah. Undoubtedly, along with the acclaim, that would entail more revenue, potentially more opportunities with other houses for trade and what have you. So you understand that like this is a very big lure that he's holding out in front of you. How would you like to proceed as the session is to take place within the next few days or so?
She'll graciously accept the Emperor's invitation, of course.
Mm-hmm. Very well then. It's like any special arrangements that we should make under these circumstances.
She'll kind of glance in the mirror and be like, I have a feeling that I won't be able to sneak her in just because the guild is familiar with her, and I assume that means the Emperor knows her capabilities as well.
Amira speaks up, and she leans in close on the table. It's like, I will be damned if the Emperor tries to bar me from the oratory hall on Kaitane. And it's like, they'll have to kill me. And you see Omelis is like, oh shit.
It goes wrong before we even get there.
I don't think that the Emperor or even the Sardaukar captain in charge of the local guard would be averse for a minor house's nobilis familia bringing their own elite bodyguard with them, now would they? Also, you have an assortment of dress that you can use to perhaps disguise your face if it is so notorious as you claim. Mira just kind of side eyes Omelis and it's like, yes, I suppose I can. She says she like hooks up like the little veil that hangs across her bridge of her nose. When do we leave? She says.
Probably as soon as we need to. Omelis, I presume you'll be staying here to oversee things.
Yes, of course. And just so you know, I've given a message to Varys to deliver to the Duchess on Arrakis. It is my personal apology, of course, of everything that has happened so far. I regret that we have come to this stage of our political realities. And it's like it is my intent to serve you as much as possible. Please understand that if the Duchess makes any demands of me as a loyal servant to House Cheshire, I will carry them out. But of course, with your knowledge.
Of course.
Mayor, it's like, I'll pack our things. What should I tell the doctor? Should I tell her to go away? We'll contact her later? Or is she to be our guest, she says?
I think we can. I think we can afford her to stay for a brief bit while we handle this in return.
Omelis has an idea. He's like, I can have her make sure that the children are properly inoculated before they are taken off world. Or
Wonderful, wonderful. That's excellent, Mobelis.
very good then. I shall make the arrangements now. You're left in the room when everybody splits. You're kind of left to your own devices for a moment. The weight of this new opportunity dawning on your mind. What do you do? What do you? What is? How does she react to all of this?
Hmm. So is the entire Landsrad meeting for this?
A good portion of it, think of it kind of like the UN, like, yeah, a good portion shows up for a meeting, but not everybody,
Right. Okay. I think
when the Emperor shows up, though, there's usually a larger gathering than normal.
Of course. So I think she'll do research on who will most likely be there and who's most advantageous for her to make buddy with.
Excellent. Roll understand, and if you have a specialty or focus on house politics or imperial politics, that all works in your favor.
What about data analysis?
Not necessarily.
Okay,
no.
fair enough. I'll use, I think, probably duty makes sense. So duty. Do we have momentum?
Oh yeah, you're swimming in it. You've got like 5.
Cool. I assume it's okay if I spend 1 for 3 dice then.
I don't think that'll be a problem.
Great. I think I hit the wrong thing.
And in this particular case, the more successes you get, the better the outcome of or the better the quality rather of your information.
I do have a statement next to my duty, so if I need to do a thing,
okay.
So okay, let's do this. Focus though. All right, so that's 2.
Successes is good. That's a good start.
All right, I do have 2 because of my unquestionable loyalty. I do have 2 of those lovely determination points. And honestly, having a vision before I go meet the Emperor will be beneficial to me. So I'll go ahead and turn that 14 into a 1. So I provoke a vision because of failed navigator and have 4 successes.
Oh shit. Okay, so 4 successes is like, yeah, you're back up to full momentum here. Well, I'll say this: you can use the points that you got to, or half of them. Use two of the points of the successes you got to ask me questions, or if you're going to try to incite a vision, you can instead give me something, and then it basically becomes truth, essentially when you do that.
Okay. Cool. Can I ask a question and get it in the form of a vague vision? If it's a very direct question, what is the Emperor's scheme here? What's that look like in vision form?
Okay, you catch a glimpse of 2 women and a child born from them. and you think
Oh,
for a
fuck
second
me.
that you're looking at yourself in a mirror, but then when their faces clear up, you see that there are two distinctly different women. One of them is older than the other, but their child, a boy, is their ward and is part of their house. And you see across from them in your mind's eye another house, one composed of this something similar to your situation where you have an uncle and then like the niece, and that's the house because everybody else is dead. Like
Okay.
a lot of lost family, a lot of strife, a lot of internal warfare, and just like you uh, see these two houses having a clash over something, and Shaddam is overseeing all of it. And in the background, behind Shaddam, you see like the flag of the Sardaukar. Something's definitely afoot, whatever involved with these people. If you had house politics, or like something akin to like heraldry, you might recognize the symbology between the different houses that you're kind of like seeing these different personages. But you see them very clearly in like this vision, and like you see some of them standing in like a negotiation chamber of some sort. You see another one like in the battlefield, like directing troops and explosions going off behind them and stuff. Like there's definitely some conflict here that Shaddam is involved in, and that's what you're getting out of this vision.
Okay. Is that only count as one question? So I get one more?
Yeah, sure.
I'll just take this as a straight question. So Cheshire has already made overtures with Atreides. I'm very well aware of that. What's not the Harkonnens? What's like close to power in the Harkonnens and the Atreides? What would be like the third house that would be advantageous to make overtures to?
There's so many. There's it depends on whose side you want to be on. Like one of the richest houses in the Imperium is House Hagal. They have tons of money. They're known for mining and like jewelry that they found on their homeworld, and over time they've made buddy with the Corinos. So you could, there's so many. There's a lot. There's a lot of different houses, and some of them will have undoubtedly representatives at the Landsrat when you go.
I'll narrow my question then for a more not on the Atreides side, but not on the Harkonnen side. So the Rich House sounds like the Carino fan. Technically, I know Carino is affiliated with Harkonnen, but are they just Carino friends, or are they also Harkonnen friends?
The House Hagal specifically?
Yes.
No, they are almost entirely loyal to the Imperial throne.
Okay.
And the Emperor, whoever it may be.
Okay, that is a very important note on that last sentence.
Yeah, that's very important.
Very important. Okay, cool. Yeah, that sounds like a good target for me then. Cool.
Excellent. So you start making your preparations. You have this vision, and like you try to like put it into context. Start writing your things. The camera will shift now to Arrakis. All right. So, because interstellar travel happens so quickly in Dune, we can say that it takes just a few days for the Hayliner coming from Jabberwock to arrive to Arrakis. So in that time, Norma and Daphne has some time to do whatever it is that they want to do, with Zoshir in their at the palace in Arrakeen, recovering with the help of Dr. Yui, of course, before Varys and Beatrice inevitably arrive and meet your acquaintance once again. So, I think we left off previously with Norma and Shiri at the Ghost Siege. Did you take the time after you dispatched Myrma to like look for any spice that's there?
Oh yeah, I was planning on spending a hot minute wandering around, seeing what there was. I was gonna do it, quietly with Shiri, just in case anybody else was there.
Nobody here, just old ghosts.
Okay.
But you do follow the. It seems to be down in the bowels of this of this siege, this old siege, and between you and her, like you managed to carefully take your time and climb your way down to where the catch basin typically is, and there is a small spice hoard here. Nothing of the likes that like, you saw with the Harkonnens, where they've been like hoarding it for like decades, and there was billions upon billions there. This is a little bit smaller of a take, but it is significant nonetheless. Mechanically speaking, this can serve as a melange asset, quality 3. And
Ooh.
it can be split up accordingly and used to make large purchases. If you, let's say, you wanted to take one, give one to Daphne or whoever, Zashir.
Okay.
Let's see. The way I'll do the spice assets is that if you just make a roll, communication normally, and if it's successful, the purchase is made without losing the asset. But if it fails, you still make the purchase, but the asset is consumed, or
Okay.
at least in points of quality.
Okay.
Right? If that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
So you find it in the way that it's stored is like these. It's stored in like these spice fiber baskets that were weaved and kind of like put together in like a storeroom. And because of the nature of the way that this siege was destroyed, a lot of it is spilled out onto the ground, and some of it has even gotten into the water basin, and essentially sort of ruined the treasure trove of water that the siege had.
It's still spice water at this point. I mean, that's still usable.
You can still make spice coffee over, but yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But you see, Shiri is just sort of beside herself when she sees all this. Like, this is a king's ransom in this cave. You could transport it back, but you two on your own couldn't do it. It's not. You don't have enough. You don't have the means to do so. You just have like one ornithopter. So, but now that you know that this is here, others can come in your stead and take the stuff back.
Mm-hmm.
Distribute it however you want. However, Daphne wants to do it.
And what's the quality of the cavern down there? Because if there's a bunch of water, how has the water basically caused the structure to degrade at all because of
not from
passing?
what you can see, but it hasn't acquired anything, because they also destroyed the people who destroyed the siege also destroyed the blanking on the wind traps.
Okay.
Like, this place is an accursed place, and Shiri can't wait to leave. But as soon as she sees the spice hoard, it's like she looks at you and studies you for a second. Do you make a move to like grab a handful of spice or anything like that to take back with you?
I will just walk over to check the quality of the spice. Put a hand in, give it a taste, make sure that it's all still good. And
she grabs your wrist and like has her hand on her hilt. That's Fremen spice. That's not yours, Outframe.
I'm only checking to make sure that it hasn't gone bad over the years. Of course it's ours.
Lunch doesn't go bad, she says. Now,
well, we haven't exactly had a space where it spent so much time just with water.
You hear echoes in the bowels of the siege, and to anybody else but you, it would probably be spooking the shit out of them. Like, she's like, we would be wise to leave soon. This place makes you see things.
Oh, that's just the spice, dearie. But if you're wanting to run, we can do so. I make note of exactly where. Sorry, I make note of exactly where this is, and the kind of plan that Norma has in her mind is not even Fremen want to go here. This would make a great backup place to go to.
Agreed. As you're going up and, Shiri's securing the chamber, you're going back up to the ornithopter, you think you hear someone calling your name. Someone whose voice you're not, seems familiar, but, You're not sure, like it on some level it seems familiar to you, and like the first image that comes to your mind is your mother, and you're like,
I'd like to go through my other memory to double check that.
oh, she's dead, all right.
Yeah, no, the voice, to
You
make sure that the
swear
voice...
you just heard her calling you, like around the corner from where you're at.
Is the spice still permeating the air?
Of course it is. Everywhere here.
I'll just look at Shiri and go, shh.
You hear it too, don't you?
Who is it for you?
She seems almost hesitant to say anything, but she's like, it was Nelia.
Well, that's really just the ghosts of our past creeping up on us, isn't it?
She just scowls and, like, you know, narrows her eyes at you. Let's get to the ornithopter, please. Eventually, you leave the siege. It's still daylight out. It's hot as blazes outside. You get inside the ornithopter and you head back to Arakeen. At which point, Daphne, you get a notice. Norma has returned with your Fremen friend from parts unknown. Zashir is still recovering in the med bay. How do you want to proceed?
Well, while Zashir is sort of a captive audience, Daphne will arrange through Dr. Yue for him to meet Duke Leto.
Oh, yeah. Yui is like, I can absolutely go see if the Duke is available for an audience. Who is this man that you bring here, though?
The
Duke is a very busy man, you understand.
Of course. I wouldn't have suggested this without thinking that it's important. He is a Naib, which is the Fremen word for a local leader. However, recently he has been uniting other Naibs under his leadership. I think if Arrakis is going to see a Naib of Naibs, it would be good for the Duke to meet him, establish friendly relations.
As part of protocol, I would have to get this through Hawat first, but I can make sure that the Duke is aware of his presence, and we can try to arrange a meeting as soon as possible. He is our guest.
I will not stand in the way of your protocol.
He nods and bows, and then he kind of leaves the room, and you can hear him, like, as he's walking. It's like walking away. He gets on his communion, and it's like, I need to speak to Hawat immediately. Zashir, you're recovering in the med bay. They had all sorts of strange remedies prepared for you here for your wound, and it seems to be healing quite well. It's going to take a little bit of time as it's still a bit tender. You were stabbed twice in one day, after all, so it's been a rough week for you.
Yeah, just a little bit. Who all's there?
I'm gonna say Daphne and Dr. Yui, who just left. You overheard that her assistant Kanki has returned, along with the Fremen friend, who you understand to be Shiri, your bodyguard.
Uh-oh. I don't understand why this was necessary. I could have just rested.
Oh. The opportunity is here. You will have time to rest. You will meet the Duke's mentat, who will look you over. Try not to think about your heritage. He might pick up on it. He's very good.
Wait, why? Oh, sorry. Why am I seeing a mentat exactly?
He's going to come to the room, and he's going to talk to you about Duke Leto. And as he talks to you about Duke Leto, he's going to read your facial expressions and your body language to make sure that you don't intend to kill Duke Leto, which I assume is correct.
As long as he doesn't harm my people, I have no intention of harming him.
Of course, but there's a protocol to these things. Ceremony, a tradition, think of it.
Interesting that I have to be a part of someone else's ceremony on Fremen's planet.
It's probably the first step to making sure this doesn't have to happen again.
Very well.
You see, eventually, this rotund man with a right down his lip comes around the corner with Dr. Yue, and he's like, "You must be Naib Zoshir," he says. He does like a small curtsy. And he kind of motions to his security team to like watch the door. He's like, "I just want to ask you some questions regarding your relationship with our allied house, House Cheshire." It's like, they say they call you the Naib of Naibs. Is that true?
Yes, they do call me such.
It's like, you must forgive my ignorance. We've only just arrived in your sacred lands, and we do not know your ways. What does this mean? This title, that they, this epithet that they give onto you, Mahdi. We've heard it a lot since we've arrived. We don't. I feel like we don't truly understand the root of this word.
It is a bit complicated to explain to an outframe.
Try me.
I'm here to translate.
One way to explain it is a bringer of prophecy.
One bring the prophecy, or they would fulfill it.
Perhaps both.
I see. And the Duke has previously met with some of your other Naibs. Are you familiar with Stilgar?
I am. He's a good man.
Alan's very good. He kind of, and you can tell he's studying you and looking you over and stuff. He's like, I don't see any problem with meeting with the Duke. I shall arrange it immediately if you don't mind being our guest for the next few days.
Not at all.
The
Thank you
next
so
few
much for your
days.
hospitality.
You show like your reticence of being the guest of these Outframe for several days. You have responsibilities, and you're like, I'm sorry, what? And it's like,
Yeah.
well, yes, Dr. Yue's diagnostic was that you were his prognosis was that it wouldn't be wise for you to be on your feet too much over the next few days, as you need to recover from your wounds.
I don't have that luxury.
Well, very well. And it's like, I shall double my efforts to make sure that the Duke meets with you before you leave, Your Eminence.
That is an unnecessary title.
Very well, Zoshir. And he turns around and is like, Your Grace. And takes his leave. Yue stays behind. He's like, we can give you a sedative that will, or we can give you something that can help with the pain, manage the pain, if you are needing to exercise mobility in the next few days.
I should be alright. I will notify you if that changes.
Enter Norma and Shiri. They enter into the med bay. They, as soon as they walk in, you get a waft of melange just hit your senses. You're like, whoa. How do you you have the floor.
Daphne will make sure that it's only Zoshir, Norma / Conky, and Shiri in the room.
Okay. The doctor excuses himself and leaves. Do you do anything after he leaves? While you're in the med bay?
I mean, as long as we have this room, we might as well use it. So, how did it go?
Realize there's shears here, so I'm gonna say, well, we couldn't quite take her whole.
That's a shame.
Shiri is just like, she's, it's done. Our water's been taken and spilled on the sands.
I wonder whose
As a heretic she
children
was.
will pay for that.
And while this conversation's going on, Norma's going to be using Bene Gesserit, the hand signaling word within words, to inform Daphne, oh yeah, Siege Haga has a fairly sizable horde. Not even Fremen want to go there. And if we send a few people with proper respirators, because the spice is overwhelmingly potent throughout the air, to recapture it all and properly store it, we have a fantastic fallback that no one would expect with spice.
Shiri takes a bit of umbrage with what was said, and that Daphne said. It's like, I'm sorry. And it's like, are we concerned about Myrma's children, or the children who were robbed of their families when she unleashed the Sardaukar in our siege?
I am concerned with breaking the cycle of revenge.
I don't understand this concept. This was justice. She betrayed our siege, and she unleashed our enemies upon us. She conspired against the Mahdi.
I think you and I have very different ideas on what justice means.
Yes, I believe you're right.
Do you think that the people who side with Myrma, who support her, who believed in her, do you think that they will see what happened as justice?
I don't know the answer to this question, because up until very recently, Myrma belonged to all people. She betrayed that trust, and she paid the ultimate price.
Oh, dearie, I'm sorry to tell you this, but I don't think Myrma was ever one of your people.
She, narrows her eyes at you again. She was a Sayadina among us.
Just because she was a Sayadina doesn't mean that she had your best interests in mind.
She was a holy woman to our siege for years. What do you know of this? You are the handmaiden of a duchess, of an outframe. Stay in your place.
My place is wherever all of the cobwebs go. Myrma was cobweb.
It might have been better done if the siege as a whole got to decide her fate. That's all.
The siege did decide her fate. And the Mahdi aid me to carry out that will. And that is precisely what I did.
Gives a look to Zoshir like, we're going to talk about this later.
Yes, I avoided responsibility for this.
While, yes, it was done out of revenge, it also saves many in the future from her treacherous ways.
Are we done here, Mahdi?
Unfortunately, I have agreed to stay. I'm meeting a duke, the new outframe here. You have freedom to go if you so choose.
I would not abandon you in this place. But she says that, but you can tell she is at the absolute threshold. Any more and she will fucking cut loose. So she's like, excuse me. And she walks out and stays outside for the duration of the scene, because she wants to strangle more than one person right now. Proceed.
Norma, I'm not being silly when I insist that people try to be kept alive. It is a moral and ethical commitment, maybe even religious. I'm not sure. I've never been religious, but you and I have the same memories. The sins of the mothers being visited on the daughters. If we keep killing people indiscriminately, that cycle won't break.
Norma drops the conky facade since she was called Norma.
Yeah, because it's just us and Zoshir in the room, right?
I know, but I
Yeah.
don't
I don't
remember
think Zoshir
Zoshir
knew.
is known this entire time. Zoshir was kept in the dark.
Zoshir told me his secret. He could know mine.
Yeah, but that's mine.
You work for me,
You
it's
don't get
mine.
to choose.
Norma drops the facade. She was working with the Bene Gesserit against Kyra's plan. She actively knew what she was doing. She would not have stopped for us.
What do
If
you
I
think?
had not finished her, or if she had not perished, we would not have been able to take her. Do not underestimate another Reverend Mother.
How do you think the Bene Gesserit will retaliate? And I'm not asking this to be rhetorical, this is a question of strategy.
Provided they find out. There is a loose end that still needs to be taken care of.
What's the loose end?
She shared with another.
Who?
Another sister that currently escaped planet. I will probably need to go back to Wallach in order to... I won't say what I have to do.
At the mention of Wallach X, the voices begin speaking to you again, Daphne. They speak of caution and death awaiting on Wallach.
I don't think you have to go to Wallach at all.
You wish the Sisterhood to know that the entirety of Kyra's plan?
It's not just that; it's also the fact that Zoshir is Harkonnen.
Harkonnen.
Yeah, that's a big one.
You
Well,
wish to unravel...
Kyra's plans, whatever they might have been, are not on the trajectory that they once were. She's gone. She's no longer around to see that things are done the way that she would have them done.
In all instances of her plans, one thing remained, regardless. In all instances of her visions, they all led to the worm-faced, or the worm with a face.
I don't really know much about that, but let's be a little practical. Inheriting Kyra's memories drove Myrma insane. What are they going to do to this other Bene Gesserit who doesn't have the fortitude to contain them or handle them, or even interpret them properly?
She can still interpret enough to cause us more than enough issues.
So you go to
Or
Wallach.
she can hand it off to someone else who can.
She could.
They have no short supply of Reverend Mothers on Wallachix.
I only have the one.
You
And
have
I'm not
yourself.
very willing to risk her. Besides, I need you on another mission.
What might that be?
I need you to go collect Lysander for me.
Well, I am an escort now.
There's a gladiatorial tournament that Fade Routha will be hosting on Deity Prime.
You need me to deliver him to Gidi Prime?
I'll meet you there. But yes.
You've been to Gidi Prime, Norma, and because of your faction, you know quite a bit about the Harkonnens. When you hear gladiatorial arena and fade, that usually means only 2 people walk in and 1 person walks out. And every single time, it's been Fade Routha.
You do realize
99th
that
kill.
this also entails killing. You've said many times you're dead set against it.
I put my faith in Lysander.
Very well. Will you have me there with you the whole time, or might I wander?
It's Giddy Prime. I think I'll need as many friendly people near me as I can. Also, tell Lysander he's free. Daphne, speak better than this. Tell Lysander he's free to say no. I'm not sure what his current condition is, but if he feels like he's back to his old fighting self, I could use him.
Very well.
I hate to interrupt this conversation. Norma? I thought...
Oh, I'm sorry. We haven't properly been introduced. Kanki Sen. Don't call me Norma.
Indeed, this is, or once was, Norma, who, for all that I might sometimes criticize her means, has always loyally served the ends of House Cheshire. She's had to assume a new identity for reasons that have a lot to do with the Bene Gesserit and that I think you would find quite boring.
Let's just say that, like you, I also now call House Cheshire my family.
all right. But you have to pretend to be so annoying.
In private, she drops the act. It's fine.
The facade is very useful in deterring watchful eyes. How many people want to hear me?
Fair enough.
It also allows me a measure of freedom. The annoying escort doesn't really have the tones of espionage.
And a lady-in-waiting can go many places that someone like you or I could not. Apart from you and Ferris, the people I trust most are Norma and Omelis.
Understandable. All right. Well, that certainly clears that up. I was very confused for a moment there.
Unless you wanted to do anything else throughout the day, Norma, I'm assuming that you going to be like sending word to the Sook School to basically like establish contact with Lysander and recall him back to Arrakis, or directly from there to ED Prime? Like, what's your plan with that?
I was figuring I'd go there, but I wanted to make a pit stop since I saw that Yue was here.
Yeah. Also, like,
Oh.
I also gave Norma this task so she doesn't go to Wallach.
Sure.
I know.
Okay.
I know Norma's gonna do whatever she's gonna do, but I'm gonna try.
Okay. So you go off to find Yue and Daphne. You get invited to dinner that evening at the Trainees Banquet Hall. It's just gonna be the family, and like the retainers, like Halleck and Howat and Idaho will be there. UA, of course, like they're all gonna be there, and it's specific to basically just thanking you for the work that you did in dismantling that perilous situation with their the Atreides guard and the people that you saved from that harvester attack and everything. Like, it's just kind of like a celebratory thing.
Yeah, so Daphne's gonna try and take sort of the balance between arrogance and humility. Like, oh no, fine, it was nothing. It was nothing because I'm really fucking good at this.
Nice. Okay. They insist, of course, and they insist that you bring Zashir to the table so that you can have like a formal, scene together. Where basically, they can thank you and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
If Zashir does not disagree, then they'll set it up for you.
So Daphne will sort of serve as Oshira's escort. And like, so on the walk from the medical wing to the banquet hall, she's all right, look, try not to spit. It's a little rude. You can spit in front of the Duke. He gets it. He understands. Other people might take that a little bit insulting. Anyway, this is what this fork is for. This is what that fork is for.
This is all, completely alien to you, Zoshir. Like, you know how utensils work. Like, that was a little demeaning, but like, like everything else is just kind of like, what?
You just gotta work your way in, like from outside in. That's the easiest thing.
I know
outside
he knows
in.
how to use a fork, but there's a salad fork and there's
Which
a
fork?
dessert fork and
The one in
this
front
is
of,
like...
so the one in here is the dessert fork, but otherwise you just work your way in.
Mm-hmm.
And if you get into real trouble, this one's the forking fork.
This, by the
you
way,
catch
has
up to,
some our flag means death vibes. This is very much.
oh, I will
very
make
much teaching
sure,
Blackbeard.
I will make sure that Zoshir is not the entertainment the way Blackbeard was for that episode. That was gross. They deserve to burn.
Yeah, take that.
We will. I love that show. We will see if he's worthy of my water after meeting him.
Oh, that's fair.
And off you go to meet the Duke. Norma, you seek out Yue. You manage to find him in the hallway, returning back to the med bay. And you kind of slink up to him out of the shadows. He doesn't notice you. He's like, "Oh, excuse me, I didn't notice you there. How can I help you?"
I'm very sorry. I just was I was given something for you. I was told that this was the only thing that she could get. And I pull out the small bit of hair that I had cut off from Juana's body, the only thing that looked normal.
He stares at it, like in disbelief. Like he knows his wife's hair and what it looks like. And he looks back at you.
She said that this was the only thing she could bring back that Juana would want you to see.
He just like wordlessly like puts out his hand.
I give
And,
him
like,
the wad of the hair.
All the imperial conditioning in the world is crumbling apart. When you look at Dr. Yue.
So I did want to make sure that nobody else was around, so that this was him getting to do this alone.
Oh, I'm sure that's what the purpose was. That's why you just sort of appeared and like you were
Okay.
like, oh shit, okay. Yeah, he takes it in his hand, and you can see his hand is trembling, and like his eyes are welling with tears, and he's just like, he says something, and like the voice doesn't come out. Like he's completely verklempt. And he just kind of leans on the wall for a second, and he like clutches the hair, and he kind of closes his eyes and like these tears stream down his cheeks.
And Norma
You-
does
you-
something absolutely off for her.
Okay.
She quietly kind of opens her arms a little bit and gives him a hug.
Oh, excellent.
This is a normal
Excellent.
hug.
Take an advancement. Take an advancement point for that. That was excellent.
Thank you.
The thing is, Norma knows Prana Bindu. She knows
Yes,
like
she
where
does.
she knows exactly where to put the hands for the proper there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She's just very not used to doing that.
She's not. You're right.
But hey, Pranabindu, I get to pretend that I'm knowing how to comfort someone properly, according to what the books tell me.
Yeah. He just words the words. He mouths the words "thank you," and he kind of like half stumbles into the med bay and locks the door to be just sob in private. That's where we leave you for the moment before you go to retrieve Lysander. Presumably, that'll probably take the better part of a couple days, the better part of a week. But you'll be able to get to it. Nadim, before we go to break, you've been keeping yourself your head above water ever since leaving the palace in Carthage. You know you're being watched, but you're not an idiot. So you've arranged for a secondary place to lay low for right now. Your pilot is watching out for you, but you're separated from your main safe house, where you were primarily working out of this entire time, managing spies and different operations. Your pilot has become kind of like your go-between. So like he'll go out and he'll retrieve a dead drop from your agents within the safe house and then bring you the information. You'll disseminate the information, destroy the the item that was used to deliver that information. So far you've learned that some of your agents that were part of a operation involving sabotage on the Atreides spice production line have failed. They were some of them, not all of them, but some of them were captured by the Atreides and some of their allies recently, within the last 24 hours or so. The rest of them fled, presumably to one of the poles, hiding out there for the moment, and they currently need extraction of some kind off-planet because things have gotten too hot. You are in a bit of a precarious situation, however, because you know you're being watched, so you have to be very careful what you do. How does Nadim conduct himself after the previous events, with his meeting with Face Dancer and the heads of the syndicates being taken out by these Face Dancers aligned with the House Cheshire?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
The question was, what does he do now that he's aware of the current situation with the syndicates and that you were planning on using with Iskandar to rid yourself of the Baron and his views, and the Face Dancers that House Cheshire has been apparently employing in some manner to replace those leaders of those syndicates, for potentially further complicating your mission?
Oh, well, I guess what I'd be doing is I would continue to do my work with the the other syndicate members, ingratiate myself with them, and I guess I would also be trying to see if I can see how far the infiltration of the other syndicate organizations has gotten with the Face Dancers.
Yeah, you have enough information going into Arrakis that you know of the other syndicate that you haven't met with yet. Is known as the Kitseki syndicate. In the old tongue, it means blood, or the blood syndicate, as it were. Do you have Imperial politics or house politics or anything like that? History, anything of the sort?
Let me see. As like a focus?
Correct.
No, I don't.
That's all right. You can still roll. It's just that would have helped you somewhat. You can make an understand roll. It's 2 dice, and you can use whatever drive you want. The more successes you get, obviously, the more information you'll be able to incur. The threshold most of the time is going to be 2, so anything in excess of 2 will get you anything extra that you can use those points of momentum to ask me a question that I have to answer truthfully, for example. If you're going to do your homework about the syndicates.
Okay. Let's see here. Ready. I have deductive reasoning and Canley. That's what I have.
I'll allow that Canley one, actually. That will fit very nicely for this particular role.
All right, and I'm going to buy a die with threat.
Ooh, you're just going to go straight for the threat. Okay, I like it.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Okay.
Well, I have a talent called Bold that encourages me to throw a lot of threat at you.
Oh, that's excellent. Okay, go for it.
Okay. It lets me re-roll 1 die if I need to.
Oh shit. Okay, so you got 4 successes, which means you exceeded your threshold by 2, but you did get a complication. That means that you may be getting some bad information, or something else might be you might not be accounting for, further complicate your agenda here in ingratiating yourself before them. You can buy a complication off of me with 2 threat, of course, if you wish.
Well, because of Bold, like the reason I bought that die is it lets me re-roll 1 die in my pool.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, yeah, go ahead and just roll a regular d20 then.
So I'll re-roll that. Let's see how I do that. How do I roll 1d20 here?
Slash R space 1d20.
Yeah.
Also works.
Okay.
Oh my god.
So this exact same thing. Hilarious.
Wow. You
Holy
okay.
hell. Jesus Christ. Okay.
you that one's gonna get sticky for you potentially, but that's good. That's interesting. You have 2 momentum that you generated from that roll that you could use you could spend them for any number of different things. You can obtain some information from me if you wanted to ask specific questions about the Katseki Syndicate.
I guess the question I would ask is if there are any face dancers who have already infiltrated the Katseki Syndicate, would be the question I would ask.
You run your projections, and you are 100% certain that they've already been infiltrated. Judging by everything that you've learned so far about the syndicates, the fact that they're technically rivals, the Katseki and the Lupos Syndicate in particular, the one that you met previously, but the fact that they haven't been warring with one another up until this moment is a little suspect. So you suspect that maybe this infiltration has already happened or is in the process of happening right now, but you're 100% certain that if those face dancers were, their agenda was to infiltrate both, they probably have done so already on some level.
Do I have any idea how advanced that infiltration might be?
Not currently.
All right. Do I, with that many, I don't know, 6 momentum, whatever, would I have an understanding of who the most likely, like where the most likely areas of infiltration might be, or anything along those lines?
Beautiful question. Yes. So yeah, you're like, okay, now that I know about that syndicate specifically, you kind of like, in your mind, you kind of splay the whole thing out, like a, Sherlock's palace or whatever. Like you're just like, imaging all of everything that you know about each one of the personages that make up the Katseki Syndicate in your mind, and you're like, nope, nope, nope. And you, by process of elimination, you're trying to figure out which one would be the best target for infiltration. And let's see, I'll give you the names here in just a second because it's pertinent to what you're trying to do. Here are the members of the. So the leadership are composed of three, very much like the Lupos Syndicate. Except that the thing about the Katseki Syndicate is that they all wear masks. So you don't know, like, there's no like, oh, that's the leader. Like if they showed up in a cafe somewhere sipping spiced coffee, you wouldn't know it's them. They are extremely secretive individuals. You could use the remaining momentum to find out a little bit more information about them, or you can try for another roll. Perhaps it's up to you. You know that out of the three, one of them is elderly, but they all wear like these. Just think of like a no mask. That's kind of like the style that they use to hide their identity from anybody outside the syndicate. Like even people within the cartel itself don't know what they look like in some cases.
Gotcha. Understood. Well, I guess the only other information I would need would be a good way to, get in touch with them in a clandestine manner, I guess. Like how?
Sure, you put out a feeler with your pilot, and he sort of establishes a meet. Where do you meet with this representative, this envoy for the syndicate?
I'm sorry?
Where do you, assuming that you're controlling the meeting, or are you going to allow them to set the place to meet?
No, I'll allow them to set the place of the meeting. That'll make them feel like they're in control.
Okay. They propose that you meet. Let's see. They'll suggest that you meet in Carthag. To your surprise, like, these people operate in Arakeen, but it seems like their leadership is based out of Carthag, which is curious. So Lupos has their leadership based in Arakeen, and the other rival syndicate is in the only other city on the northern hemisphere of Arrakis. They propose that you meet with them in some public place. It's Harkonnen architecture, so it's like some sort of like a bathhouse or something like that, and like a sort of sauna for rich people. You would imagine a complete waste of water. That's where they want to meet you. Apparently,
that doesn't even cross my mind. What? I mean, water. I mean, it's everywhere.
Right.
But okay, that sounds fine to me. I would agree to that. And I would try to arrange some clandestine means to get there and send my pilot in a different direction.
To split up. Okay.
Follow.
Your purpose, of course, is to try to shake the Cheshire watchers that are on you. Give me a move check. Difficulty 3.
Okay.
Their specialty is in espionage, after all, so it should be pretty difficult to shake them.
All right, I have stealth as one of my focus.
That's good. Excellent.
I'll give you some more threat.
One more?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Always the mentat.
That's another 20. Do you have you could use bold again, I would imagine, to re-roll that 20.
No, I don't have my bold is only for understand rolls.
Oh shit. Okay. So you can buy that 20 off of me with 2 threat, or you can keep it and see what happens.
Yeah, I'm happy to keep it.
That's good. Okay.
The only other thing I'll say is one of my assets is an assassin. So I don't really know how that works, but I would assume that he's kind of shadowing me.
You have somebody who you can call on to take people out is basically
Right.
what it means. And you know, you can make contact with them at any time as they're an asset. If you wanted to eliminate the people watching you, that's what you would use that for. And it would I would call for a battle roll, and you could use the quality from the asset as, you know, your instrument of choice.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to do that right now.
Okay. So yeah, I imagine you like zipping through the streets of Carthage. They want to meet during the day, which is, you know, terrible idea because, you know, broad daylight. But in a way, it kind of makes sense because most people avoid the heat. Most people are out at night when it's cooler, so not that many eyes on you as you're making your way to this bathhouse, especially in this part of town where it's mostly rich people who can spend that kind of money to you know, wash themselves in a public place. But I imagine like over the rooftop somewhere is somebody with like a pair of oil binoculars, just kind of like zooming and watching you from a distance and reporting back. Yeah, I have them in my sights.
Oh, I forgot to mention, because I have the twisted mentat trait. That last roll, the last understand roll, I guess generated an extra momentum.
Oh shit! Okay. Did you want to use that extra momentum for anything?
I can use it to create a weakness I can exploit.
Ooh, is this weakness intended for the people who are watching you, or for the person that you're going to be meeting from the syndicate?
For the people I'm meeting, yeah.
Oh, fantastic! What would you like to? What trait would you want to introduce onto that person?
I don't know how, you know, I don't know how deep or nasty I can make it, but I guess at some level that they're that basically I've basically they have severe debts and I now own those debts.
Okay, that's cool. So you found out exactly who it is that you're going to be dealing with, and you're like, okay, indebted. So they have an air of desperation when they meet with you in their little mask. Let's get the name real quick for you. Hello, he says. Upon you approach this, the room is like misty, and this guy is literally just in a towel and a mask. And you walk in your outfit. I'm assuming your Harkonnen uniform, unless you wanted to go in like incognito.
Yeah, no, I can go in a towel. I mean, I'm not gonna, you know.
Sure.
Fine, towel's fine with me.
There's a couple of people here that he brought with him because he's also not terribly stupid. And you spotted the ground car on the way in, armored. The people that are in here are also in towels, but they can just by the look of them and the way that their posture, the way that they carry themselves, they can definitely handle anything that you or anybody else can throw at them. They're bodyguards, and this is the envoy for the syndicate. I'm Victor, the guy says in the mask. Have a seat.
Well, I sit down.
You wanted to meet with us? On behalf of the Harkonnen house?
Yes, we wish to continue business on Arrakis.
What sort of business did you want to continue?
The spice, of course.
Ah, melange, of course. Of course. We will
And its
be
many
happy.
useful derivatives.
And what in return can we expect in return for spice?
Well, you know who I represent.
I do.
You understand. We have many relationships that require spice, and we really can't trust the tradies as the only supplier.
The Atreides have competition currently, do they not?
Yes, I believe that's what we're discussing.
Very well. I suppose if it's not too dangerous for you to be seen in places such as this now that it is under Atreides' rule. But of course, the Harkonnen are always welcome in Carthage, yes?
For now. But that might not always be the case. So it would be useful for us to have people we could trust to do our business.
We've done business in the past, and we can continue to do so into the future. It's like, are you to be our new go-between between us and the Baron?
Well, that is beyond my ability to say. Simply say that I have resources behind me. I do not really think we need to throw names around.
Not on our first meeting, of course. Very well. Then this sounds like a potentially lucrative opportunity for the both of us. We supply you with melange, and you supply us with favors.
Well, I mean, obviously we'll pay for the spice, and we will have markets to deliver it far, far away, possibly beyond your current reach. So I don't wish to.
Our reach is considerable. How far are we talking?
Anyway.
As far as, impressive. He says something in a language you've not recall. You can roll to see if you recognize it. But he says something to the probably House Chakopsa, secret language, to the people that are nearby. And they kind of nod, and they start getting up. They start preparing to leave, essentially. How will we communicate with one another?
We can set up an arrangement.
How often?
Well, if you need me more often than not, we will set up a signal so that I know to check the drops. Otherwise, we should communicate with each other no more than a week or so.
A week apart. Very good. I will notify the leadership, and I'm sure that they will have nothing but good things to say about the Harkonnens, this new initiative.
What is your current relationships with the other syndicates?
He said he gets a little quiet suddenly. Why do you ask?
Well, I do not wish to get in the middle of a fracas between you all. My understanding is that things are not always gentle between you.
There have been moments where we and the Lupo Syndicate have clashed in the past. The past is simply that, the past. Focus on the future. And if the future means doing business with the Harkonnens, then all the better for us.
Yes.
Or is this to be an exclusive relationship, or have you already approached the Lupos?
No.
Yourselves.
No, I'd hope that our patronage could foster a closer working relationship between all of you. We obviously don't want you to tell anyone how to run their business. That's your concern. But any kind of conflict between the three of you would be against our interests. Now, of course, now that the Atreides are here, I'm sure their agents, spies, and whatnot have already begun to infiltrate your ranks. I'm sure in your organization, if I was the Atreides, I would infiltrate in these areas. And I list off where I think the face dancers may be.
You are insinuating that the Atreides have infiltrated our organization.
Oh, no, I'm just thinking out loud.
Yes. You're insinuating out loud, as it were.
I'm not
But
really
the Atreides
insinuating.
have already breached our security. You
I'm
have evidence
insinuating.
of this?
I'm insinuating no such thing.
You speak of it as if you already knew. You are a mentat. You have knowledge of the situation here on Arrakis. You have the backing of a major house.
You say a lot of things out loud that perhaps would be better thought.
And I shall keep my thoughts to myself.
No, don't do that. Just don't repeat what I'm insinuating to me. It's the point of insinuation.
I will
Speak them out loud into ears that have not heard my words yet.
that is the plan. I will speak to our leaders regarding this, and we shall meet in a week's time.
Yes, I'd like to know who I'm dealing with in a sense, and that doesn't mean I have to see behind your mask, but it does mean that I do not wish to deal with an Atreides organization.
Of course. And we do not also wish to deal with the Atreides in such a manner. Very well. This has been a somewhat productive meeting. I look forward to the next one.
Yes, I would like to meet with those who you speak to. I'm sure that if they find my insinuations interesting, perhaps I have some more for them. Though that meeting would have to take place someplace a little more secure than here.
Your points are taken. Thank you for your time, Mentat. Until next time.
My name is Nadim Harkonnen, not Mentat.
Yes. Goodbye, Mentat. He gets up, he walks with his entourage, kind of leaves you there. Do you see him out? Like you go into the antechamber next door to like put their clothes back on and then exit the premises.
Well, I guess before he leaves, I'll remind him of the considerable debts he owes.
Oh shit! All right, give me a communications roll, or actually, I'll let you choose: discipline or communication, because you're essentially trying to like browbeat this guy a little bit. You could the trait that you created would make it easier for you to do so. So let me just see what the difficulty would be. This guy he's an envoy, so he's pretty decent at his job. So it's going to be difficulty 3, but because of that, it's going to be difficulty 2. What drive are you using for this?
I guess I'll use power.
Makes sense. Yeah.
And I'll use discipline. I have a specialty in espionage.
Very good. It's gonna. It actually go. It makes it that because of the. Okay, yeah. This is power. Yeah. Okay. It's just gonna be difficulty 2.
Okay. Yeah, my power statement is I'll have what is owed to me.
An old favorite, yes.
Okay, so I guess focus. There we go.
2 successes, right on the money. Okay, so you're just like, yeah, we wouldn't want to forget that you owe certain people some money, and you kind of stop him in his tracks. He seemed reticent when you brought up the other syndicate and like the relationship between the two. And now that you bring up his debts, he kind of like stops and looks over his shoulder at you. What are you insinuating now, Mentat?
I'm insinuating nothing. I simply
Of course.
I'm simply stating that you have many debts.
Who doesn't?
Yes, the difference is that I'm the one you owe them to now.
He straightens up a little bit and he turns back around and he kind of like gives a look to each one of his bookends. Do you now?
Indeed.
He kind of, doesn't take you seriously, but then when you say, "No, I do owe them now," he reads your face and he knows it to be true, and he's just like, "I see. So this is the real meaning. What do you want, Mentat? Nadim," he says, correcting himself.
Oh, good. So you
What
can
do you
take.
really want?
I've told you what I want.
And is that the truth?
Does it matter? You have your instructions. Go and tell your masters. I wish to meet with them, and I've informed them of the threat. So that is my down payment for the meeting.
He kind of like, you can't see his face, so you don't know what he's, you can't tell like how he's reacting to this, but he very quickly turns on his heel and just walks off in a huff, like, "Oh, you motherfucker!" Goes through the doorway, and his bookends just kind of look at each other, look at you, and then they kind of saunter off. What do you do in this particular moment? Get your things and go, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, no, I think I'll get my things and go. That's fine.
Okay.
I guess the only other thing I'll do is I'll try to identify basically who has been following me.
Yeah, you try to like see if you can catch a tail or something like that. And while they're getting ready, you kind of throw on your coat and your things and stuff, and you exit through like a little side door. And you start hearing the ground car on the front of the building start up, and you see your pilot come around the corner, and he's like, "We're being watched. I saw them up the road over there." And he's like, "Come with me." And he's like, "I have a message from you from Iskandar." He kind of holds out his hand, he drops something into your palm in the shadow of the building. You start following him.
Well, my pilot's not supposed to be here.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll follow him, and then kind of discreetly put my crisp blade into his back.
Oh! Your pilot, like most Harkonnens, have like a, like the outfit and like a face shield and stuff like that, and you just kind of run him through and drop him in an alleyway. Easily kill him. And turn him around, you tear his mask off. It's not a face dancer. It's also not a Harkonnen. It's just some guy you've never met before. Spies. You hear you're in the alleyway in between the bathhouse and some of the other buildings nearby, and you're like, shit, they know I'm here. What the fuck? And like just as the car's coming around, you see the guy Victor in his little face mask, and he kind of looks over to you like through the glass, and he kind of makes this gesture, and as soon as he does that, the car explodes.
Ooh, rough.
And that's where we'll stop for right now. We're going to be back in 10 minutes to continue with Nadim and his misadventures in Carthage. We'll be back in 10 minutes, everybody. and we have returned. Where we last left off, Nadim had met with a syndicate representative, an envoy from the Katseki syndicate, masked and secretive in their meeting point. And he had made a threat to this person and had insinuated that he wanted to meet with the other leaders regarding efforts by the Atreides to infiltrate the organization. He had said something that had caused the envoy to stop this idea that the syndicates may have had clashes in the past or recently, and it caused them to stop for a moment. And then, when he stepped outside and got into his car, it promptly exploded as it careened down the street. To say nothing of the pilot that Nadim found in an alleyway that was not his pilot. Clearly, he's being watched, and someone knows of this operation. It seems to you, Nadim, that either you are cursed or this entire place is cursed. Since you've arrived, it's been
Probably the
one
second
setback after another. And
Well,
it's starting to click in your mind for a second. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
that makes disposing of this body easier.
Sure. Some dead Harkonnen here? Okay, whatever.
Yeah, just throw him in the burning car.
Yeah. You catch as you're dragging the body and like throwing him in with the burning scorch marks all over the street. People, like looking out their windows and stuff like that from a distance. You catch sight of some masked people that were up top, ensuring that the bomb went off without failure. They're armed with the Mala rifles, and they're just sort of surveying the area. You're a good enough spy to keep outside of their sight, but you kind of just ditch the body and take off in the other direction, I would imagine.
Yeah, sure.
It's starting to become very clear that you hit a nerve when you were talking about the relationship between these two syndicates, the Lupos and the Katseki. It seems very clear that they're in the middle of a syndicate war, and you just stepped right into it. How would you like to proceed?
Well, I guess on some levels that complicates things, but also makes things easier.
In some ways.
So I'm aware that there are people following me. Okay, so I guess what I would like to happen is I would like those people to get caught in the crossfire of the syndicate war and therefore stop following me because they're dead.
Okay.
I guess I would use my assassin asset and my knowledge of the syndicates to make that happen.
Okay. Go ahead and make a. You're using your asset to eliminate some targets. Then go ahead and make a battle roll. You get in contact with use your secret communication methods to get in contact with your assassin. You're like, look, I have people watching me, and I need to go away permanently.
Okay.
Let's see.
All right. So I guess I'll use battle and justice.
Justice, interesting. Okay.
My justice statement is I'll get revenge on those who have wronged me.
Normally, because these are spies themselves that are watching you that have a specialty in espionage, it'd be a higher difficulty than normal. But because of the drive that you chose, it kind of conflicts with what they're doing, and it actually makes it a little bit easier for your assassin to do just that. So go ahead and give me a battle roll, and you're looking for 2 successes.
Okay. I have a focus in assassination.
Perfect.
I will buy a threat die.
Ooh, so that's the 3rd one. Okay.
And because I have decisive action. In a conflict, when you succeed at a battle test to remove an opponent's assets, if you bought a die generating threat, blah, 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 you may spend 2 points of momentum to remove a second enemy asset.
Oh, okay. So the pair that have been tailing you can potentially take them out if you manage to take one out.
Okay, so I guess what is that? 4 successes?
Yeah, 4 successes, and that's 2 more than you needed. So you're at full momentum. And what does it say? If you spend a momentum point, you get to remove the second asset.
Yeah. When I succeeded a battle test to remove an opponent's assets, because I bought a die with threat, I can spend 2 points of momentum to remove a second asset on
Perfect.
top of the one I was targeting.
Okay. Yeah. So your assassin, you go back to your hideaway, and if later that evening, your assassin kind of does a drop, lets you know he just chalk on the adobe building outside. You look and you see 2 marks, 2 dead spies.
Okay.
Your pilot is where you told him to be, and he eventually returns back to your safe house. And he's like, I think it should be safe to go back to the to our place. He's like, I saw what your friend did. We don't have tails anymore.
Okay, so we can use this safe. We can use the actual safe house again.
Yeah, we'll say it's just like a warehouse somewhere in, near the spaceport that operates as like a front basically for you and your team of people, your operatives. And there's an entire Harkonnen kill team here if you need to call on them to wipe somebody out or whatever. And now that you've lost your tails, you can return there and you subsume your routines as you will.
Okay, and so this like syndicate war that's happening, it's between this masked syndicate and the other guys I met with.
Yeah, Lupos and Katseki.
And then there's like a third group, right?
No, those are the 2 main syndicates that are
those
kind of running things on Arrakis. Yeah, I'll put their names in the Discord so you see.
Okay. But the guy who just got car bombed, it seemed to me like he got killed by his own people.
Not necessarily. Those bodyguards of his also got blown up inside the car. So yeah, somebody took out the envoy, the person who speaks on behalf of the Katseki leadership, the 3 masked leaders, as it were.
Okay. Right. So I guess eventually those are the guys I want to speak to. I guess that's what I'll be working on, is trying to figure out a new way to get in touch with them.
Okay. While you're exploring different avenues of communicating with them, the guys back at the warehouse are like, "Hey, we received the message from Gidi Prime. It's from the Baron. Your
Okay.
eyes only."
All right,
And
I'll
they
take
hand
it.
you the cylinder.
All right, and I'll have somebody disposable. I guess my pilot gave me a message as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have someone disposable listen to that.
Okay. It doesn't explode like you maybe suspect it did. It's just jargon. It's just nonsense. It's all.
All right, it's like Chat GPT. Gotcha.
Right. Yeah, they just put a bunch of nonsense on like a little readable crystal to basically waste your time. You're wondering who the hell these people were and where they were trying to lead you to. It's a little bit too elaborate to be an Atreides scheme, but you never know with these guys. But while they're trying to figure that out and getting nothing in return, you look through the message that the Baron sent. It looks like a very official invitation, specifically for Fade Routha's 99th kill.
Jesus Christ.
He says your presence, and then it spells out your full name, is requested in all caps. Like it's very obvious from the looks of this that you're being recalled to Gidi Prime. And this whole Fade's celebratory 99th kill is just kind of a cover for something else.
Okay.
Do you establish communication with Iskandar? Do you proceed with this demand that you appear on Gidi Prime for the gladiatorial games? Or do you risk the wrath of the Baron?
No, yeah, I'll definitely go. That's fine. I have I guess this would be a good time to mention I have another asset.
Yes, go ahead.
Which is I have a Harkonnen hostage.
Cool. Who is it?
I don't know. I figured that would be something interesting for, you guys, but somebody related to the Baron. That
you have them hostage.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
So I'm they're someplace safe, I guess, but yeah, just so it would be difficult for someone in my own family to eliminate me without some repercussions.
You think you're like, yeah, I could probably use a hostage to keep the Harkonnens from killing their own. Wait a minute. You have a second thought. You're like, would they really though? And like you start questioning this entire endeavor that Iskandar, your brother, put you up to. Is this the trap, or is that the trap? Looking at the invitation, because of course it's not just you that's listed on the invitation. All Harkonnens are being recalled to Gidi Prime, which would include your brother.
Yeah,
so he may be potentially in attendance.
I don't think much of my brother, so I suspect that, if there's a trap, it's just his incompetence more than anything else. So I don't really think, and also I know that the Baron basically thinks of Fade as like his own son, and like he's basically has this kind of like youngest sibling syndrome with Fade. So like the guy could like take a dump and the Baron would like clap about it. So
right.
So I'm kind of like, oh my god, yeah, great. Fade's birthday, Fade's this, Fade's that. Like everybody's gotta. It's like yes, okay, we know who you want to take over when you eventually get killed. So like I'm not suspicious of that being a trap. Will people try and like make moves while it happens? Certainly, but I don't think it's like I don't think it's like something engineered specifically for that.
Okay.
So I'm very happy to accept an RSVP and basically send an email or whatever that basically says how excited I am.
Send a message. Yeah. Do you contact Iskandar about this at all, or do you keep it quiet?
No, I definitely don't contact Iskandar about it. Like he already has an invitation. Why would I? And we don't even talk.
Correct. One of the things that he said is that he trusted you to establish a clandestine means of communication while the two of you conspire over this plot of yours to overthrow the Baron and his nephews.
Right.
Which would be difficult because you're being watched by more than one entity, it seems. And so it would be difficult to establish a method of communication. Something like difficulty 4 is what mechanically speaking is what you would be looking at. Any complications or failure that result from that would be bad, obviously. It would lead to other things that can potentially happen. So it's up to you whether you want to take that risk or not.
Yeah. I don't really care to contact Iskandar about this specific thing at this moment. But as far as establishing the clandestine communications, that's why I've been kind of trying to work with the syndicates, because I would basically I would want to use them as potential assets to establish that communication channel. So that was part of the reason, because they're smugglers and criminals and all that. So they must have, they already have those networks. So I would want to make use of that. So that's kind of why I've been trying to get in good. Well, not getting good, but trying to infiltrate them.
This would be much more difficult now that it's been kind of revealed to you that they're extremely paranoid about who tries to establish contact with them, as they're currently, pushing it out to the other guy, and vice versa, it seems. So, yeah, it would be difficult to try to establish that line either through back channels or what have you, but you can certainly try. This would be a communications role, but you can use the momentum that's currently in the pool to add to the amount of dice that you roll, which would increase your chances. You can, of course, use a determination point if the drive that you're using matches up with your statement, if it makes sense. Like if you have a statement for power, for example, and that makes sense, you could use that. Use a determination point, get 2 automatic successes on one of the dice that you roll.
Okay, I'll try. I don't know. Communication is not my strong suit.
I know. This is primarily where your brother would excel at something like that.
All right, I can try that, and I can try I either truth or power, I guess, whichever one works.
Truth. Okay.
And how many dice do I roll if I use the momentum?
It depends on how much momentum you use. If you spend 1, you get 1 die, just like you did before with the threat. If you spend 3, then you get 2 dice, so you can roll 4.
All right, so you said I have 4 momentum, so I'll spend 3 of that.
Okay.
Don't have a focus in communicate. Can I spend a threat to get a 5th die, or give you?
That's a good question. How did that work? You purchased 3 dice already, so it would cost 6 threat to get that last die.
No, thanks. All right. I guess it's all on luck then. Here we go.
It's all on luck, yeah. Do you have a espionage? You said you had an espionage focus in discipline, right?
Yeah, I do.
Roll communication, but use discipline. So when it asks for if you have a focus, say yes.
Okay. Here we go. Yike. Okay.
Ooh, you got 2 and a complication with a 19 because this is dangerous stuff, and then just a straight up failure with a 13. So, do you have any talents that can make use of rerolls, or did you want to spend that determination point to turn, say, the 19 into a 1 and get 2 additional successes?
Okay, yeah, I'll spend the determination since we get a determination at the beginning to do that, but I don't think I have any way of re-rolling.
That's fine. So you just get 1 failed die roll, and then you get 2 with a 19, which can give you exactly what you need, which is a 4. So you use your methods to establish contact with 1 specifically, or both of them?
Both of them?
Both of them. Okay.
What? No, I'm both of who?
The syndicates.
Oh, okay. So I'm basically so this role was to set up secure communications with the syndicates.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, if I could do both, that would be great. What would be the difference if I do one or both?
Okay. You procure an Ixian memory block, and it's basically a small little cube, non-reflective obsidian. And basically, the way that it works is that when you make contact with it with your skin, it kind of like immediately imprints the memory, the message that is contained inside, and then you write something that is not like with a specific, like a stylus or with your finger, on the surface of this device, and it records that message, and then the next person who touches it also like receives the imprinted message in their head, like it just flashes before them, and that's how you can kind of use something like that to communicate. And you use that to basically imprint a message that you want to establish a back channel for on behalf of House Harkonnen to the syndicates. You send one each to each syndicate so that they can make contact with you at a later time. Do you plan on meeting with them or doing anything, making other moves while you're in Arakeen or Carthag, before you leave for Fade's celebratory bout?
I mean, I guess the only thing I'll do is, if I've established communication with both of them, then the only thing that I plan on doing is basically leaking what information I can either deduce or that I know about the face dancers to both factions without calling out the face dancers.
So you basically tell them, like, yeah, you've both been infiltrated, is basically what you communicate to them. And
No,
it's like,
no.
I have a...
Basically, I have a kind of idea of where the face dancers would have infiltrated their organizations. Also, I know specifically one guy in one organization who is a face dancer.
Yeah.
So basically, I would just want to use my that information to help them target people without telling them that they're face dancers.
Okay.
So basically, I want to help each one eliminate the face dancers in their midst, but not tell them that it's because they're face dancers. It's basically just, they want to kill each other, so why not kill people that, I don't like.
Excellent. Okay, so you actually managed to communicate that pretty well to both sides, and they are receptive to this idea that you would be able to troubleshoot their issue. A third party stepping in to, because you have your own reasons to do so. You don't want the syndicates warring because you want them under your control. You want them to work for you. So yeah, it is met with some Oh, sorry. What happened?
Oh, we lost Jared.
Oh shit.
Jared, come back.
I was literally typing. I was like, wow, Jared's really zen right now, or he's frozen.
Okay, so you managed to establish that as something that you can fall back to here on Arrakis. In addition to that, is there anything that you wanted to do at the safe house or with your new begotten pseudo allies since your time here?
Do you mean the syndicates?
The syndicates, or the other houses here that, like the Cheshires. Did you want to interact with them or send any red herrings their way or anything like that?
Well, am I supposed to meet with the Cheshires regularly? I didn't,
No.
I thought they were going to...
You were a guest.
Right, I thought they were going to call for me in a sense.
You suspect that they might be engaging in some catch and release by basically having you there and then letting you leave and then watching you. You wouldn't be surprised if that guy that you killed back there or the other people that your assassin took out belonged to that house.
Oh, well, that's them's the breaks, I guess. Right. Well, no, I guess not, because I don't really know their relationship with the face dancers or how infiltrated they are by the face dancers, actually.
No, that's a good point. Yeah.
I guess the only other thing I would do is institute some kind of counterintelligence operation within my own organization to prevent face dancer infiltration.
How would you? That's a tricky one. How would you be able to tell, or what sort of plan do you institute to basically be able to ferret out any sort of face dancer infiltration within your own ranks?
Well, from my understanding, face dancers can take on other people's like personas and things like that, and their faces. I don't know how capable they are of taking on like short-term memories of people.
That's nothing. Yeah, they're not like scrolls from the MCU. They can't like short scan you and like figure out your recent memories or whatever. No, they're more they're more like they're as if they are able to observe you for a period of time. They're able to pick up the mannerisms and the body language and stuff like that. And then like the actual body modification stuff is inherent into them, or built into them. And they can basically assume, and they can kind of shrink or grow a little bit, change their faces to make themselves look identical or near identical to somebody else, the person who they're impersonating, essentially.
All right.
There's nothing they're having to do with memories or anything like that.
So, I mean, I'm sure we already have, like our house language and passcodes and things along those lines. So basically, I would institute a more strict regimen of that, of operational security, amongst our own ranks, and kind of have that be more constant, I guess.
Like a daily password or something like that all the
Not
guards
really
are
a
aware
daily-
of or something.
Not really a daily password, but like within conversation, basically, if certain matters are being discussed, then there would be basically some Harkonnen sign language that would have to be used. So basically it's not just like a daily thing, but it's actually like a regular, like if you don't make the sign, then we're not talking about that. And if you don't know the appropriate sign, then we're gonna
You're
work.
dead. Yeah. Okay. Interesting ideas. As you're, working this out and preparing things, where it kind of comes over and like just kind of like, follows you around the area. He's like just going everywhere in the warehouse, and eventually some of the Harkonnen guards like find him back there, and it's like, sir, and they drop him back off for you and like leave him alone, like, he gets into the thing again.
I'll take my dog with me to Geedy Prime for sure.
100%. Okay. Yeah. Sounds good. All right. So you had a couple complications in your dealings with these syndicates. They're obviously in some sort of a conflict, and you're establishing back channels to try to like, hey, I can come in and assist you with your problem and stuff. And they seem to be somewhat receptive to this idea. Eventually, they give you a time and a date to basically show up on their premises to kind of discuss this with the leadership. You would assume that this would be under high guard, however. Are you taking any precautions for such a meeting?
I guess I would have the assassin asset kind of on deck in case things get crazy. And as for personal guard, I would requisition the kill team.
Who do you meet with first?
The masked guys, because those are the guys who I feel, at least I know their top leadership. I do not believe their top leadership has been infiltrated yet.
Okay. You find that the Katseki leadership has like a very specific theme going on, and just by that merit alone, you're able to discover like little details about them that you didn't know before. Walk through their gardens, a garden on Arrakis, situated in central Carthage. You see that yes, only the high organization and their envoys wear masks to obscure their identities. And eventually you're met by one of them, and they ask you to come inside. You see, shit, a second. You see, when they bring you in, they bring you into like this foyer that's very well furnished. You walk in with your assassin, not too far away, and they bid you to seat. You remember that there were 3 of them, but when you look, there's only 2 currently attending.
Okay.
Specifically, it appears to be that the one that you had identified from previous efforts to investigate them, the elderly one is not present. The younger of the three, and the sort of middle-aged one, they're currently attending, and they both are very, very still and very like serene in how they present themselves to you. You're the Harkonnen troubleshooter, as a matter of fact.
Yes, yes, it's in my interest to conclude this misunderstanding you have with the other syndicate as quickly as possible.
You think this is a misunderstanding between both of our organizations?
Well, I think there's a misunderstanding about who's in charge, and so that has to be settled.
And you believe you're the person to do this?
Well, I'm sure there are other people who would be capable of doing it, but I don't see anyone else who has an interest in doing it. I have an interest, and I'm very clear about what that interest is. Now, it's not particularly clear who will come out on top, but I'm very happy to help you shorten the duration of this conflict by eliminating the obstacles.
Give me an understand roll, and you want to beat at least a 2 to get the full effect of what you're taking in. Your mentat brain is working, and then like you're taking in all these details, and you're starting to kind of like figure something out here, or at least like you could use anything like data analysis or whatever that might help you.
Deductive reasoning.
Excellent.
All right, let's see what happens. Wow.
Oh shit. Never mind. Okay. This is a bad night for rolls. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Did you have any specific talents, or did you want to spend additional points here to roll an extra die or something like that?
No, I'll
feeling lucky.
There. I don't really have much for that. That's
That's fine.
It is what it is.
There's something about this group in particular that is like there's something familiar about the style of dress and the masks and stuff like that you've seen it somewhere before in a film book, probably during your education as a mentat, but you can't, for whatever reason, you can't recall it. And you kind of have this meeting with them, and they're like, "Yes, we discovered that we have a problem when our eldest leader was found murdered in their quarters."
Well, that is a problem. Yes, I agree.
We suspected it was the Lupo Syndicate, but they have not admitted to the act, and so we have escalated our situation with them appropriately, and here we are.
Yes.
You profess to have some knowledge of this, or some way of rooting out these.
All I can say is that there are many players on Arrakis who have a genuine interest in seeing your power base eroded and seeing this conflict continue for as long as possible and to be as bloody as possible. Those interests are the status quo, the Atreides. And so it's not. So it is not. Interesting. It is not without reason that they would employ third parties to make this as bloody a conflict as possible and to make it as personal as possible. So I would suspect that your organization already probably has some bad actors on the inside. And certainly that's the case with the other organization you're in conflict with.
The young one goes to speak up and say something like, "Oh, the Atreides would be behind something like that, something so brazen or underhanded," and then the older one kind of like makes a gesture, like silence, to the other one. I'm speaking now, and like we would not rule out this sort of interference from the Atreides. They have everything to gain by having us war with another syndicate. They want complete control. They tried to approach us in the past, but we want nothing to do with them. At least not in the way that they wanted. They profess to look the other way, but they are clearly too just. Their reputation precedes them as being wardens of the law. It's like supposedly they have things worked out with the smugglers, but we don't put much stock into that. Like,
well, no, the Atreides are very happy for dirty work to happen as long as they're fully in control of it. They're very happy to have you on their side as long as you love them. Now, as you know, my family is not very overly concerned with love.
No.
Now, what we're more concerned with is that things operate effectively and efficiently. And so we do not like to micromanage how you conduct your business. Obviously, we have interests, but as long as our interests are met, then how you run your organization is no concern to us. But I would say that there's probably some things you could implement internally and within your organization to help you root out these issues. That would make you stronger and more capable to conclude things with your rivals.
I'm not going to make you roll. She's like, this interests us. And she looks over to the younger one, who is now silent. Please, tell us more about your methods. What are you proposing exactly?
Well, it's clear that your internal security has issues if someone so high up in your organization was able to be eliminated.
Yes, and if we were to rely on an external agent to root out these elements, it would be embarrassing to us. So we will accept aid, provided this information does not get out.
Well, yet again, that would matter on your own internal security, obviously. I have no interest of... I'm not an independent contractor. I have no interest in advertisement. It would be embarrassing for me as well, because obviously then there would be an issue.
There is logic in what you speak. Very well. Then I think we have an accord, says, and she stands up, and the other one stands up. They look to you and your bookend to proceed accordingly.
Okay. Very well. Then I look forward to next steps as far as what we can do to wrap this matter up so we can get to more important business.
We'll be in contact with you soon, and we'll prepare a list, he says.
Very good.
She doesn't say anything else. She just kind of turns and motions for the guards to escort you out. And now we turn the camera to Archibald. Very well. You were on your way to Nova Gaia, were you not? With your white rabbits and your captain?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, how exactly do you want to approach? You know where this place is. And you know, at least in the virtual reality world that you were in, this alternate thing, you recall what it was like, and you recall, like, where you landed and everything. At least I have a pretty vague idea, at least, of how to get there. Do you follow those steps? Do you approach cautiously? How do you want to direct your people?
First, I would try to get some communication going between me and Nova Gaia. I definitely want to get permission to be able to land, just like how any other foreign country would when it comes to trying to get in somewhere.
You send out a signal as you're breaking into the atmosphere, and a few ancient aircraft meet you in the air. they fly up and they kind of like they kind of like go on either side of you, and they kind of a third one kind of comes up and like scopes you on your approach, and they establish they go you have to play around with the different available channels until you find something that resembles some kind of communication coming from them. Identify yourself.
My name is Archibald. I came here on my own free will, but apparently I may have gotten a little abducted and need help.
Abducted by whom?
I guess those whatever those things were.
Give me a communications roll, difficulty 2.
Communications. I'm telling the truth. You know that's right.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Doesn't matter
Communication, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Drive is we'll go truth, considering I'm telling the truth. Can I use my focus on this?
What's your focus?
You will know me by my deeds. They would definitely I think
Oh,
this.
no, that's a statement. I mean, when you say focus, you're talking about the skill specialties under
Oh,
communication.
I'm
You have anything
sorry.
there? Sorry.
Communication, deceit. I'm not deceiving anyone, so no.
Okay, fair enough. Go ahead and roll.
1 success.
One success.
I need 2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I have this awesome thing called bold.
Yep.
All right, it says that when you select this talent, choose a single skill. When you attempt a test using the chosen skill, and you buy additional d20s by generating threat for the game master, you may re-roll a single d20 in that dice pool. So, do I necessarily
so you want to buy some threat?
Yes. Okay. I will. Oh, you're killing me here, man. But you already have so much threat. Oh my god.
It's all right. Just keep it coming. We've
Wanna
had
what?
exploding cars and all sorts of fun stuff so far.
Nope. You
So
want to
that
know
was
what?
just a complication, but
You want to know what? I'll do it.
Okay.
We're all gonna get fucked anyways.
Go ahead and roll. You get to reroll the 14 then. In that case, your target number is 13.
Yep.
14 or less.
So D20, right?
Yeah.
9. So
9. That is a success. You got 2 successes. So, you're like, hey, look, I was abducted by the thinking machines. Those things over there. Like, I survived. I'm out. Like, and they there's like a long silence over the radio for a second, and they're like, put your ship down over there, and they give you a set of it's not Nova Gaia's base, but they're like, go over there. Do you proceed, or as they say, or do you like deviate?
No, I follow orders. There's a specific reason why I'm doing this.
They put you out several miles away from Nova Gaia's entryway. It's just a ruin here. It's an old city that, the name is already forgotten. The ships settle down like semicircle around you, like they form like a semicircle ring around your craft. They come out, guns at the ready, and your people look to you and like, should we take up arms? Should we take up positions, General?
No.
Are you sure? These people are look like they're ready to shoot us.
Yeah, well, we're also strangers in their world. I'm pretty sure you'd want to shoot us too. We'll be fine as long as we watch ourselves. What'd you say?
If they ask us to surrender, do we do that or do we resist?
Well, let's pray that we don't have to.
That's not an answer. Okay. So they head out, ready their weapons, and they're like, all right, easy, they tell you. Put your weapons on the ground. They look to you. You hold your hands up. They put their weapons down.
Yep.
Some hover vehicles arrive within the hour, and they're like, "Get in!" And it looks like an APC, basically, like a hover APC. The back opens up, and there's just like, "Get your ass in there." And they basically pat you down. They check to make sure that you don't have any additional weapons. They take your stuff and they put it in a separate vehicle.
That's fine.
Cram you into the back of this one, and there's a bunch of you in here. I'm gonna say that the white rabbits didn't come down with you. They're staying up in the air until you give the order. Unless you wanted them to come in as well. I don't know. It's up to you.
Just in case I need a breakout exit.
Right. So it's just you and your Varangian guard surrendering. They put you into the back of this APC thing. They shut the door. It's pitch black in here. You go over here, the men like talking to each other, like, "Oh shit, what's gonna happen now?" The thing starts up. Off you go. Eventually, you feel like a change in the pressure as you feel the entire vehicle and everyone inside of it going down. And you're like, you reassure your guys, "Hey, it's okay, it's gonna be fine. I know where we're going." And they're like looking at each other like, "How the fuck you know? We've never been here before." Eventually, the thing stops. The lift stops, opens up, and they open the hatch on the back after some time. Drives down. You hear sounds around the vehicle, people talking, milling about, loudspeaker in the background. Eventually, they open this thing up, and they bring you out one at a time, at gunpoint. And you see a familiar face. You see Captain Inessa Germain, the woman with the mask before. No mask this time. She's this, middle-aged, a little rough around the edges. She's been through some stuff. Long blonde locks. "This way," she says. Leads you into this chamber. Now, this chamber you do recall. This is the decontamination chamber that you suffered at before. You know what comes next.
Yep.
Do you say or do anything as you're being led into this chamber?
Nope, I'm going to let them do this to me because I want to make sure that there are no machines on me. I'm trying to get purged here a little bit.
Okay. They're like, "Strip, all of you, in."
And I'm going to tell them, I'm just going to say,
like, "What?"
Just do it. I have my reasons.
Whatever you say, boss. They take off their clothes. They walk into this chamber. They pipe in that gas, and everybody's like, "Oh!" They start like, obviously reacting to it in very similar means, the same way you did. And you see, like, they're as this is happening, you see displays on the other side of the room with each of you, like, kind of like almost like an MRI of each of you, and it shows like just you specifically. It shows like there's like this weird halo around your head, and they're like, there. You see some of them point, and the woman that you recognize as Germain's like, "Oh, right. He's been integrated, hasn't he? Right, kill him." And they're like, what? And like, like, do you see some of these guys with the weapons coming over to open up the chamber and shoot you? What do you do?
So I'm going to use... Okay. Before I make my decision, I'm going to use passive scrutiny. I'm going to... What?
You're going to use discipline?
Yep. I'm going to use passive scrutiny. I'm going to ask, can they actually de-integrate me?
Well, so you're trying to take notice of like your surroundings with discipline? Is that the idea here? Like, you're going to try to like make a educated guess based on like what you're seeing and what you remember from the virtual?
Correct, basically.
Okay.
Because from what I'm thinking, this decontamination, like, they got rid of pretty much everything when I went through that simulation.
Mm-hmm.
So do
You
they
can give
have
me-
the ability to get rid of the machines,
Yeah. Give me a
even if I'm integrated?
understand or discipline. Which one is higher for you?
They're both the same, 6. But I got
Okay.
deductive reasoning on understand, and I could use observe on discipline as well.
Okay, roll and whichever one, and use the focus from discipline because your observation is going to be key here.
All right, what drive do you want me to do?
That depends entirely on you. What is the purpose of your action? Does it comply with your own safety, or is this like
Actually, I'm going to
grounded
use
in
justice. I'm kind of
justice?
pissed
Okay.
off that this machine decided to call me
I
a pet
deserve
and then
better.
put his microbes in me. So
I
will-
Okay, fair enough.
I will get revenge on those.
Go ahead and roll with justice.
Yes, focus. 2 successes.
Okay.
Is that enough?
That's enough started. Did you want to spend any additional things? Like if you had a statement, for example, for justice, did you want to spend your determination? Did you want to give me threat for another die? The better you roll, the better you'll do.
Yep, obviously. Could I use a statement here?
Yeah, you can. It's attached to justice, sure.
Yeah, it's I will get revenge on those who have wronged me, which
Okay, fitting. So yeah, you
Fitting.
can spend a determination point, turn the 16 into a 1. That gives you 4.
Yep.
Which is good. Give you some momentum to play with here. So you look around and you notice that there's something a little bit different about this from the virtual. In the virtual, they were able to know they were able to figure out you already had the nanites or whatever they called it inside your brain. In here, it looks like the gas is actually telling them that information. So, like as you're inhaling the gas, it's kind of like giving them a readout, and that's how they identified it on the screen. And it's like, yep, he's got him inside of him, kill him. Like so this notion that they are just you can just relieve yourself after a few hours and all the nanites and stuff like that will come out was either a mistake made by Allfather or it was a lie. You don't know.
oh, that
How do you
fucking
respond?
asshole.
How would you like to proceed now?
Fuck. Okay. Whoa. Hold up. All right.
You trying to stay your execution here? Go ahead and roll a
100%.
communications. I'm gonna spend some threat of my own here. Make it a little bit difficult for you.
Okay. We're gonna do justice. Now I'm definitely gonna kill that guy.
Okay.
You say communicate roll?
Yeah.
I'm not really deceiving. No.
You see your Varangian guard hear that they're gonna execute you, and they start straining through their teeth. They're using eye language of House Cheshire. Get ready when they open the door. Charge them. They're gonna draw blood in your name if you don't do something soon.
Oh my fucking god! Really?
Ooh, that is the opposite of what is good.
No.
Okay.
Somebody give him a Benny.
Please.
That's 2 18s. I'm
Bennies.
impressed.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Christ.
This would have been
Okay.
real good if it was D&D.
Right? Yeah, you see the door opens up and immediately
Okay, before you say anything, I'm going to
Okay.
give you more threat and use bold again. I want to re-roll.
Are you now? Okay.
Yep.
You're gonna re-roll
Oh,
what?
Drea.
Drea. Oh my god.
Did that get a malevolence?
You did.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you did.
Their hand slipped.
Her,
My, oh
please.
my.
Thank you.
I just see how much you like my character. Fuck. All right, D20. Two successes.
Oh shit. Okay. So you get 2 successes and yeah. That'll be enough at least for right now. But because of the malevolence, I'll just make you reroll.
Oh no.
What? Oh, I have to reroll that?
Yep.
Oh my god. Fucking.
It's an 18. It's your lucky number. Just play the lotto. All right. So as soon as the doors open up, you see the your guys make eye contact with each other, and as soon as they draw the guns and they're ready to start hauling you out to or just to shoot you in the chamber, they bum rush this guy.
Hold it. I got a
no. It's already happening.
come-
Like
okay.
they barrel them over, and like their shot goes wide. Sparks fly from the ceiling, and cables are falling down. The lights flicker. Take him now! You see, Jermaine says. She draws her weapon and gets ready to train it on you. What's your action?
All right. Things have gone tits up right now.
From bad to worse.
Yep.
Betty just dropped a Benny, by the way.
So I'm going to use
shit!
this.
How benevolent Betty?
Yeah.
What?
For balance, they say.
For the benevolence.
All right. So if she's gonna pull the gun on me, I'm gonna have to like disarm them. I don't want to kill anybody.
Sure.
Because honestly, I'm going to I'm gonna play this off
this is playing right into your strength though. This is battle.
It is.
You're born for this. Go ahead and make a battle roll.
Yep.
You want to disarm? You got to get 2 plus you got to get 2 past her defense, which we'll find out right now once I look at her sheet. Inessa,
I could use strategy for this.
Her battle is 6, which means it's default 3. You're using what's your drive here? Justice again?
Yeah.
Justice versus duty, less difficult, so it's actually 2. Let's make it 3. Fuck it, I'll spend those last 2 threats just to make it happy. You have a beat a battle roll of 3 or higher, or is she gonna shoot you?
Oh.
That is not a 3. Would you like to purchase some more thread? Actually, you have a point of momentum you can use.
I'm gonna use
you
it.
also
Use it.
do have the benevolence.
Yes,
I do have the benevolence as well.
If I
We'll
were
see.
him, though, I would keep it for a really bad roll.
Yeah. Because that apparently, like, I'm thinking I'm gonna need more rolls after this. The momentum.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna use that.
Okay.
Is that just one reroll?
It just
One extra
allows you to
die.
roll an extra die. Yeah.
All right.
So go and roll a d20, and your target number is 15.
4.
And you roll a 4, so that's 2 extra successes. So you got a 4. You get an extra point of momentum back. Yeah. So you actually run up and you charge her, and your mind is still on fire. You're completely naked. Like this is the worst situation you could possibly be in. You take advantage of the fact that the room's lights are blowing in and out, and in those sparse moments when they don't see shit, that's when you move in and you charge. You grab a hold of her gun and you twist it out of her hand. It drops to the ground, and you do like a reverse wrist lock thing. You throw her to the ground. Bam! Do you grab the gun, I'm assuming, or do you grab her hostage? Like, what do you want to do here?
Right now, yeah, I'm gonna grab the gun and I'm gonna point him at him and I'm gonna say, "Stop! I didn't come here for this. I came here to get fucking fixed. Can you guys fix me or not?" And then I look at the captain.
Oh, I'll fix you, all right, she says. Like she's gonna carry out her threat and put an end to you. And then you see the other guys. One of your guys took the initiative after barreling over the other one and managed to like put him face down on the ground with a gun to the back of his head. Drop your guns now, or they die. And you see there's kind of like a standoff going on in this room right now, extremely tense. Do you relent? Do you like slowly pull back your weapon, or do you try to like say something else?
I'm gonna kind of, I'm gonna de-escalate this situation just a tad bit. I'm gonna say, look, I'm not here to hurt anybody. I knew something in me was like this. I need your help. I'm not here to hurt you, honestly. I'm here to help you.
You have something over these people in that you know who they are. You know who Anessa is. She's never met you before.
I'm not going to tell them that because then they know that I was skedaddling with the machine somewhere. So all they know is that I'm integrated.
They don't know much beyond that.
Exactly.
As far as you know, the Jihad doesn't know much about Allfather and like what goes on there. Like that's the reason why they haven't been able to beat him all this time is because they don't understand those intricacies. But you have insight they don't.
And I'm going to say, listen, I have information about the Allfather that could help you guys greatly. And I could help Tupile in general greatly as well. I'm the best fucking general in the Landsrod. And I gave up my fucking house to help you. So please, calm down and talk to me. That's all I'm asking.
You want to talk, General? Get that gun out of my face.
Thank you. And then I just ease it away. And I tell my guy, just the fact that we were outnumbered and we got you down should say something.
She doesn't admit to this, but she is clearly impressed at what you and your Varangian guard were able to achieve, naked and without any weapons, at their mercy. You very quickly turn the tables on them. And now you're like, we should talk. All right. And like, she kind of backs up and she kind of waves away the rest of her guard. They retrieve their weapons and they kind of like stand at the ready. They let go of your Varangian guard and they're like, all right, here's your clothes. Let them on. Let's talk.
Listen.
To cool off, they kind of like open the door and she kind of leaves for a second to go talk to her boss, presumably. Do you do anything while she's outside the room with a couple of her people?
I'm going to kind of get my captain and be like, calm it down. All right. They're just trying to protect themselves. And they're right. I am integrated. I had a feeling that this was going to happen, and this is why I wanted it this way, so I could find out for myself. All right.
General, he speaks with you the eye language because he kind of points to the monitors and stuff like that, and he's like, and he kind of with eye language he tells you like, you give the word, I'll have my men execute everybody in here. We'll get the fuck out. We'll message the White Rabbits, and we'll do what we have to do.
Agreed. I don't think we'll need to do that.
Eventually, the door opens back up, and Jermaine comes back in with somebody else, some higher up. This is the one here. Calls himself Archibald. He's some sort of magic general or something.
Magic is a little much, but okay.
And you see this person like straightens up and he walks forward and he's like, so you came here because you were captured by my Allfather and the thinking machines.
Yeah, I was.
You gave up your house?
Yeah.
Another way of putting that is you were exiled.
I guess half and half. I was always planning to come here.
Not many people want to come to Tupile. Usually it's the other way around. Everyone here wants to get out. So
yeah,
why
but
did you come here?
Willingly. I see untapped potential. I see Tupile being able to rival the Landsrod itself. That's the way I see it.
Oh, bloody hell, you're an opportunist, as Germain says. I changed my mind. Give me my sidearm back. I'll shoot him myself. Is he her boss is like, whoa. Let's hear him out.
Listen, these very soldiers that disarmed you and all of your men are my soldiers that I trained.
And you led us. You could have led them all here.
No.
How do we know that Allfather isn't planning an assault right now?
How do you know that he doesn't already know where you're at?
What the hell does that mean?
He probably already knows where you're at. He's just toying with you.
Ridiculous, she says.
Yeah, well, you know how machines are. You know what they're capable of.
No, we don't. We just want to destroy them. We don't want to know what they're like.
Well, to destroy them, you have to study them. That's basic war.
We've been studying them for over 1,000 years. I think we know them well enough.
Exactly. So you definitely know that they would probably already know where you're at.
No, this place is shielded. It has been for hundreds of years.
The machines have been around for thousands of years. You don't think they would get past a silly shield? Be smarter than that.
They look at each other and it's like, proof?
Out of character. Do I have proof?
You probably do, actually.
Really?
Because, yeah. Well, what did they say? They said that this one's been integrated. Meaning you have nanites and machines.
You're right.
That have colonized your brain. So, that means if those things are sophisticated as some of these people suspect, that means that either retains or is broadcasting information.
So I'm going to say this. Just the fact that I was able to get into your airspace, and just the fact that I was able to get into your airspace, it should be proof enough. You saw it. I had a shit ton. There's a reason why I said what I said, because I didn't want to cause you guys any danger.
He came willingly, the other one says. He looks like a commander type, like with a beret or something like that. They did come peacefully. This one's been integrated. We may be able to use that against our enemy.
And how do you know?
The technology here.
I have a question. How do you know that some of your leaders aren't integrated already? They always say...
That's an absurd notion. What makes you think that?
Well, these machines, from what I've been told, have always been one step ahead of you guys. It's always been a stalemate. They've always known where everything, like when you're going to attack, how it's going to happen, all that good stuff. How do you know that there isn't a spy somewhere in there? Multiple spies.
Spies within the organization. There's always something going on. We had our own spies within All Father's organization once upon a time.
Yeah, but
in some ways we still do, but the information that we're able to garner is limited at best.
Well, I may even have a solution for that too. But you got to trust me here, and you have to give me a chance.
You're asking for a lot.
Well, I've always been a gutsy commander.
Clearly. You get your clothes back on and everything like that. And she's like, what exactly are you proposing?
Well, first thing we need to do is we need information. And we need to not get caught. Do we have mentats in Tupile? I'm going to be honest, I'm completely new to this.
You see, they're like, yes, we have mentats here, of course. It's like, what did you want?
What I suggest
exactly
is we make a task force, and they will get integrated.
Oh, now I know you're crazy. She's like, you want us to dispense with our resources, our mentats, and willingly get them integrated to become part of All Father's little circus.
Yeah. And the reason for that, because why do you think all your humans and all your spies have gotten found out? It's because they're not a mentat. Mentats have certain abilities regular people don't. They could get past all of All Father's shenanigans, I guess you could say.
This is all very theoretical, you see, the other one says.
Yeah, but I also think theory and me is all you got right now. If you want this war to end, I can help make that happen.
And how? In surrender?
Oh, no, not at all. This guy called me a pet, and I'm not all about that. We just have to outsmart a thinking machine.
We've tried. It didn't work so well. You're proposing using mentats to do this? By
That,
integrating them?
to a certain extent, yes.
No self-respecting human being would ever want to do that.
Yes, but I also think it's something that is needed in this. That is needed if you want this war to end.
Did you volunteer yourself to become integrated?
Oh, heavens, no. No, I did not.
You see, Jermaine, like, whispers something over to the other person, and they're kind of nodding like this. We're going to need to purge you of your integration.
Well, that's what I wanted you to do to begin with, but we had to go through that whole fiasco. Sorry, I'm just a little upset that you pointed a gun at me.
It's going to be painful.
It's okay.
It's going to be torture.
I'm sure you would like that, Captain. As respectful.
She kind of blinks like, she doesn't remember introducing herself to you. How the fuck did you know her rank? And she's like, all right, come with me. It's not quite what you experienced in the virtual. And they're like, they basically strap you into this slab in this darkened room. And they hook up something to your head. It's not unlike the Ixiom probe that you experienced back on Jabberwock while you were in the garden. Drink this, they say. And then they hook you up to like was essentially like an IV line, and they start running it. Your guys are like, "Are you sure you want to do this? We can just go."
My guy, I look over to them and I'm like, go where?
Back to Imperium.
We're exiled. At least I am. You can do what you want.
Also,
But
don't
right
bring the
now, this
nanites
fella-
back to the Imperium.
They're like, "No, we're not exiled. We came here looking for you. We came here under your orders. You could walk back into Jabberwock tomorrow if we hike aboard a guild ship and get the hell out of this hellhole."
Out of character, can that actually happen?
Yeah, like I said, you were not exiled to Two-Pile. You came here because you got the coordinates from Elois, who had contacts within the guild. She knows where Two-Pile is, all 7
Gotcha.
planets of them.
Yeah,
So
Eloise
maybe
told a
that
little bit of a fib when she told the White Rabbits why you were here. Just teensy fib.
Fuck you. Anyways, so I'm going to actually kind of be like, talk to the captain. I'm going to say, just give me a couple minutes with my men before we do this.
You
Okay.
have 5.
Thank you.
Turns around, leaves. It's just you and your men in this room. No weapons. They stripped that from you.
Look,
No weapons, no shields.
I'm not going to force you to be here. All right? I'm really not. If you guys want to leave, you can.
We're
I
not
know
leaving
this
without
place-
you, sir.
Let me talk. I know this place is kind of a hellhole. But if you trust me, you have trusted me for years. We will rival the Landsrat. And I promise you on that.
You kind of look at each other nervously. I want to go back. And one of them says, like, "Shut up. You're staying. Proceed, sir. We're here for you."
Thank you. And I
They come. 5 minutes is up. They
Yep.
come back in. They go
Yep.
through with their procedure, and your entire body feels like it's on fire, like somebody just injected rocket fuel into your veins and you just lit a match. Like everything is just like ah. It
Yep.
feels worse
Screaming
than the
everything.
Ixion probe that you experienced on the garden when they extracted those memories from you. In a way, you kind of feel like you lose some part of yourself when this happens to you, and you can feel them in your head, like an alien presence or something, you know, like some other presence inside your mind, and it starts to die off. It's grueling, but once it's over, you're just exhausted. Like you can't do anything, and you hear Jermaine say, "All right, out of the room. He needs time to rest."
Oh,
After some time passes, you pass out. Like you just, you know, from the pain and from the exhaustion. Eventually, you kind of wake back up, and this time you're in a different room. You're in a medical facility of some sort. Their med bay, different from where you were before previously. That was a decontamination area specifically. And the doctor's looking you over, a sook doctor, and they're like, it's an elderly man. He's like, "How do you feel?"
Like I just drank 5 gallons of wine and then puked and then drank 5 more. I have a terrible headache, doctor. Jesus.
Good, that means it's working. Kind of checks off something on a thing. And he's like, he's running through like a battery of questions at you, like, is this happening? Are you experiencing this, etc. And then he kind of like pushes a button on hits a switch on a table and speaks into an invisible speaker, and then comes Germaine and her entourage with your people behind them. You've been deintegrated.
Well, thank you. Did you enjoy the show?
Haha. It's like, all right, now we're gonna get on with it.
Okay.
We purged you of the nanites that Allfather introduced into your system, and now we are secure in keeping you here. When the alternative, well, you saw what would have been the alternative. We would have just shot you, put an end to you then. Anybody who's integrated is a danger to us. You understand that?
I do, and I understand that. I'm really trying not to quip. I won't quip.
Do you tell them everything that you experience with Allfather, or do you keep certain things back?
So, I'm definitely like, I guess the 3 main things that I would tell them is, I'm going to be honest with you. I am 100% going to be leaning towards the jihad, just because that's going to lean more into my future plans.
Okay, sure. You want to back them and so on.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to tell him the big 3 things that he told me. 1, that he can die by being DDoSed. 2, that he goes through multiple simulations of all the things and shit, or prescience anyways. And then I can't remember what that 3rd one was.
You'll remember, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure. But yeah, I tell them mostly everything.
All right, General. You seem to have a pretty capable force under your command. We can certainly use people such as yourselves, especially if you have the freedom to go back and forth between here and the rest of the Imperium.
And yeah, I do. But on the other hand, I am not going to be an average soldier. All right. I do feel like I can potentially swing this war for you.
You're going to have to prove that to a certain extent.
I'm used to gambling on my abilities. Try me.
This is no gamble, and this is certainly no game.
Oh, it certainly isn't to me.
We're fighting the Allfather and his forces in different sectors of the Imperium, and there's one in particular that we're needing well, we're losing ground.
Oh, yeah?
And he's like, yeah. She's like, yes. It's gotten so bad that it's actually gotten the Emperor involved.
Oh, so the Emperor does know about all these shenanigans.
Not necessarily. And that's when she mentions a sector that you had heard of before. Odin and I.
Oh.
Okay. The virtual was correct. This is exactly. And now you're wondering, was what you experienced in the virtual something that was just constructed out of like bits of data, or was that equivalent to being able to see the future? Was that, in essence, prescience? It's not 100% accurate, but then again, from everything that you've heard from Elois to anybody else who's had those kind of visions, Mossum, they're not always the same thing either, are they?
Yeah.
You're starting to wonder, like, does being integrated with Allfather mean having access to prescience itself?
That's what I was thinking too. And that's what I was wondering with the Mentats.
She's
man.
like, she turns the dial on the table, like, I'm going to need you to focus your attention here. It's like, we have people in place, and we have conflicts that are occurring. Allfather is stoking those fires. We need to put them out.
Okay.
And that's when she points out too the different sectors, and one in particular is the Odinai sector. You see different emblems appearing around that particular sector, meaning there's more than one house involved there currently.
Yeah. Okay.
And with that, we'll transition very quickly to Kaitane.
Okay, thank you. I got
it. Okay, he's like, I gotta go. Elois. Your trip to Kaitane is very uneventful for the most part. It's very pleasant. You're a little trepidatious. Your first time boarding a Highliner after your incident. However, your reception is extraordinary. You're brought to a perfect-looking garden just outside the oratory chamber of the Landsrad. You're met there by delegates, representatives that were fully expecting you to arrive here. Amir is a little bit leery from all the pomp and circumstance, but she takes it in stride as much as Amir could possibly do that. And they're happy to see you. Your reputation precedes you, given your recent deeds. They bring you in. They've established a place for you to stay. Every house has like a sort of like a home or like an embassy or something like that here. That's no different with House Cheshire in particular. So you're staying at your sponsor's estate here on Kaitane. Imagine like a mansion or something like that. And they bring you to the main hall where all these people are congregating right before going into the main session. You're told that the Emperor and the rest of the Landsrad is ready to receive you and to award you properly for your deeds. Is there anything that you do once you arrive or in between being the reception and the actual ceremony?
I kind of want to just vibe check everyone because I imagine not everyone's thrilled about this event. So I want to kind of vibe check the guests.
Okay, very well. You kind of look at how everybody's here, and they're obviously the mood here is, yeah, we're gonna celebrate, and that means opportunity. So everybody's looking to get something out of somebody else here. That includes you. They haven't started yet, but you can sense that that's coming sooner or later. Probably after the ceremony is when they're going to descend upon you and start to like be like, hey, so, you know, great job and everything like that. What can we do for you, or what can you do for us, kind of thing.
Okay.
So that's what the basic vibe that you get. Eventually, you're brought before the Landsrad, and it's a very short ceremony. It's actually a kind of like a wordless ceremony. They bring you in, and they basically kind of announce your presence, and then they usher you in. Kind of like the State of the Union or some bullshit. And but basically, they bring you up, and it's just a purely ceremonial thing. Like the Emperor has the Imperial Chamberlain come forward and they bequeath you this medal. They don't necessarily put it around your neck or anything like that. They just sort of present it to you on this, velvet holder, and it's like a brilliant necklace of sorts that you can hang around your neck, or you can hang on your wall for that matter. But it has impressive stones, rare stones, and it has like the symbol of the Landsred imprinted on it, and it's supposed to be for heroism, basically, and for selflessly doing the work of the guild on their behalf. There are representatives of the guild here to oversee this, of course, and as usual, they're silent. They don't say anything. Is there anything that you want to do specifically during the ceremony, or flip the Emperor of the Bird or something like that?
Yeah, let me just flip the Emperor of the Bird real quick. That'll be fun. I've always wanted to. No.
What would Elois do? Okay.
No. I think she accepts it with grace and equanimity.
Okay, very good. Yeah, and you have plenty of grace. So you accept this in the way that it was given to you, and you kind of, as part of the procedure that they berated into you before they brought you out here, you take the thing and you turn around, or you bow respectfully to the Emperor and take the thing and you leave. You turn around, you bow to the congregation of the Landsred, and you make your way down the aisle into this little chamber out of sight. And you understand that there's going to be like an after party and everything like that. That's probably when a lot of the schmoozing is going to take place, and that's when you can actually talk to these people as opposed to just being seen by them and being given this honor. Or at least that's what your expectation is. You're in this room, and then the side door opens, and one of the chamberlains of the Emperor steps forward and hands you a letter to read, and says, "Follow me." He turns around, leaves the door open for you.
Is a mirror with me? Is the first question.
100%.
Great, perfect. Okay, little less terrified.
She takes the letter, so you don't have to. And she has gloved hands as well, so checking for poison and stuff like that. And then she kind of unfurls it very carefully, and holds it for you to read.
She will.
His Majesty the Padishah Emperor Shaddam IV cordially invites you into his private court.
Fuck my life. Yep. Okay. I guess this is not something you can decline. So.
No.
Yay. Okay. She just gives Amira a look of like, this is worse than Omela. Like in eye language, this is worse than Omela's thought. This is infinitely more dangerous now.
Okay, but you wanted a baby, Eloise.
Oh no!
Oh,
no! Hell fucking no!
No, you didn't.
We're not giving Shaddam another child, especially not another child with prescience, probably.
No.
Maybe that's what he's interested in.
God.
No,
fuck my life.
Spoiler alert, that's not at all what it is.
Great. It's not happening. I'll roll a new character to decline the Emperor. I don't give a shit.
He doesn't want to get you by the gills.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so the Chamberlain just kind of motions for you to follow. He expects you to follow. And this tunnel leads underneath the area where the Landsred sits, and it goes right into like another major hallway. This is, it's bedecked with gold everywhere you look. It's very different from anything else that you've seen. So there is a link that you can draw directly, a physical link between the Landsred and the palace on Kaitane. Like this is some secret tunnel shit that they're bringing you into.
Okay.
And they bring you right into the Emperor's private court, not the one that he uses for weekly, daily dalliances or whatever. No. This is like him. It's him, Count Fenring, and Mohayim. They're all three are here and expecting you.
This is bad.
And he kind of sits on his throne and he kind of waits. He's expectantly waiting you to come through. He kind of just does like this, like, come forward. And he seems to kind of like be dressed down in this state more so than he was at the Landsred moments ago. So he kind of like, he's a little bit more casual. He kind of like tells you to come forward.
She's just like, of course, Your Grace. So what do I owe a nascent house leader such as myself owe to such a gracious invite?
And he's like, I suppose I can have my chamberlain go into particulars, but I'll be brief. It's like, we have very big problems that we're trying to work out right now. Problems that we think that you and your house are the only ones capable of resolving. I'll make this quick for you, Elois. Is it Cheshire or Spacere?
The latter now.
Lady Spacere. Things have gotten out of control between two rival houses, all due to mining rights. One lays claim to, or believes they were the first to be able to lay claim to those mining rights, and now the other has similarly laid claim to those same rights. They've come on to blows with it and have declared a war of assassins. This is inconvenient for many reasons, and I require someone to quell the disunity between House Thorvald and House Novabruns. The only one capable of doing so, as you're well aware, is someone with the authority to rule in situations of Canley, which is why I am bequeathing the title of Judge of the Change to you. And you will act as my agent in this conflict. You, of course, have incentive to accept my proposal.
Of course.
Good.
May I ask, for curiosity's sake, what happens if I refuse?
He kind of smiles. Well, it wouldn't be inadequate for the celebrated toast of the town for Kaitane, the hero of Jabberwock, to turn down such a prestigious title, would they not?
Of course. As I said, really hypothetical.
Of course. You have 14 days to bring the conflict in Odinai 3 to an end. You are to begin immediately. Meanwhile... Sorry, was there something else that you wanted to say?
No, she was just going to say, as you wish, Your Grace. As politely as possible.
Good. I look forward to your reports, Agent. We'll switch very briefly for our closing scene back on Arrakis. Daphne, Norma, Zashir. you're brought in to meet with the Duke Leto Atreides. He is, of course, very accommodating for you, Zoshir, and he is happy. He is very happy that you are allied with his allies, with House Cheshire in particular. And he's like, I can't thank you enough for the work that you've done here on Arrakis. And as I understand it, you have family outside of Arrakis. Is that correct, Daphne?
I have an aunt who is currently steward of Jabberwock, and an uncle who has become an adventurer. I have no idea where he is.
It's like, well, my people have told me about your to be excited that you were perhaps expecting someone to come in soon. I went ahead and sent my people to retrieve them from the spaceport and bring them here immediately. And he kind of like motions for some of his people to open the side doors. And standing there is Beatrice and Varys.
Oh. So Daphne's emotional inclination is just get up and like run and just embrace Varys, and it's pretty much only the Prana Bindu where she's because he knows it too. She's able to communicate. I think maybe through subtle body language. It's so good to see you again.
The same.
And then she will introduce. Yes, this is my other betrothed, Varys, and my sister, Beatrice.
Sister? Oh, I've not heard of Beatrice. To be honest, I didn't know that you had another betrothed.
I'm in a
congratulations.
Fairly interesting situation regarding that. I am blessed with an embarrassment of riches. Beatrice, I have not known her for very long, but genetically she is my sister.
You see, at the word genetically, some around the table like exchange glances, like Jessica in particular, like does like one of those and like flashes a look at Paul for a second, and Paul's like, what? You know, they bring him in, and they sit near you, and they you know, the Duke is like, I don't want to cloud over your reunion. You know, you should have time to each other. You're a guest always in our palace. You're welcome to stay as long as you like, of course. You know, especially given all the hard work and effort that you put in to cure my people's lives. Stay as long or as little as you like, and enjoy the festivities. And we'll excuse ourselves for right now, Paul. He gestures to the rest of his retainers, like, "Hey, let's vacate the banquet room for them to be have a intimate moment with each other." And unless you have anything else to say in addition to that or whatever, like they all kind of like heed the Duke's words, and they kind of rise together and they leave as the Duke is passing by. However, oh yeah, he drops something off in front of you as he leaves. It is the invitation to Edie Prime.
Duke Leto gives this to Daphne?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, how's politics? What is he trying to communicate? Because I'm coming up blank right now.
That's fine. This happened back in session 1 when he was like, hey, we have become aware of a Harkonnen horde of some kind, like a place where they're hoarding spies on the planet.
That's why somebody to get in. Even bothering to go.
Right, and that's why they were hoping that with you, and with House Cheshire in particular having a specialty in espionage, that you might be able to have someone go to Gidi Prime and use that as cover to have Atreides forces move in and raid that storehouse. That's part of their overall plan. So he told you at the beginning, is like, yeah, the invitations are going out to all the major houses except for us, of course, and to wealthy individuals and so on. But those invitations hadn't arrived yet. Now they've arrived, and now
Okay.
he's dropping them off. He's dropping yours off in front of you.
Okay. All right. I
Yeah.
thought it was like some hidden message, but he's just
No,
being a courier. Okay.
He's just updating. He's just
Cool.
updating your
Duke
previous
Leto's giving me my
conversation.
mail.
Yeah, basically, he's like, "Oh yeah, this came in for you here."
Duke letter carrier.
Varys looks at you and is like, "My love, it's been too long.
It has
What did I miss?"
Oh, quite a lot. And she'll catch him up on yeah, we went to go see a harvester. That was cool. And then someone betrayed Zashir. That was not so cool. And by the way, I have to go to Gidi Prime.
You have to go where?
There's more spice there.
Is this because of spice? Are you going because we need spice?
I'm going because I need to cultivate the Atreides as allies.
But you already were allies.
This would improve the relationship and our fortunes.
Something flashes on his face for a moment. And he's like, is there something else here? Like, is there plans to add a fourth to your betrothed? And he looks at, he looks at the bull on the head on the wall.
I'm not even sure who the third is. I have my hands full with you two.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that would be the third. Okay, yeah. Is there a third suitor that I don't know about here?
You know me. I have my pride. I would not marry a man in love with another woman.
Fair. But why Gidi Prime? Why the Harkonnens?
Feyd-Rautha is having a gladiatorial exhibition. There will be many people coming in from off-planet, and the hustle and bustle, the idea is to use that as cover.
What do we get out of this?
Money. I'm told the situation on Jabberwock is not good. An infusion of Solari would certainly help. We also get intelligence. There were Harkonnen with the Sardaukar. It's good to know. Perhaps might we find something. Also, there's second nephew of the Baron, once removed, wants to depose him. If we can form an alliance and he succeeds, that will also benefit the house.
Internal strife within the Harkonnens. Good, he says. And like he seems relieved that you kind of elucidated on the reasons why you were going to Gidi Prime. He seemed for a moment like he was like disappointed in you or something like that, or he was gonna get upset. But then when you kind of went through the reasons, it's like, oh, okay, that it is about power. Good.
He's so insecure about Duke Leto. This is the second time he's brought that up.
No, it was mainly because he was you kind of read into his emotional and his reactions, and it's like he seems to be coming from the direction where houses don't have friends, they have interests. So he was going to be very disappointed if you were going to say, oh, he's a good guy or whatever, he's a friend, like that. He would have been like, Fuck
Oh, there's
this.
money and
Fuck that
intelligence. We
bullshit.
need money and intelligence.
Good. Yeah, that's solid for him. He's like, okay, yeah, now that's legit. And he's like, you've looked better. He says, looking into you, Zoshir, who is clearly still like mending a wound. He's like, are you well?
Well enough.
Who did this to you?
Well, that is a complicated story, but it is taken care of.
Well, thankfully for you, I'm a complicated man and have lots of time. He says he pulls up a chair and he's like, drink? Motions to like Caledonian wine. It's quite good.
I suppose it wouldn't hurt. I don't think the doctor advised against it.
Very good. And that's where we'll stop.
No, like, terrifying cliffhanger this time.
No,
I feel like I got the terrifying.
cliffhanger.
I got the terrifying cliffhanger. I got it. It was me. I got it.
I don't know. I got a pretty. You getting that terrifying cliffhanger made me terrified of the cliffhanger. So,
Given the option of cliffhangers, I'll judge Eloise's worse.
Yeah, I mean, half of us are
but
going
now
to
we have
keep...
to. Now it's gonna be niece uncle showdown at Odenai.
Like it's gonna be any better on Gidi Prime.
Yeah.
I'm bringing Varys with me to Gidi Prime.
That's a good pick. That's a good choice.
Honestly,
I
think
feel
we
like
could
Zoshir needs to stay on planet, although, like, I'm like, would you like to see your potential inheritance? I'll just take some pictures so you can see how awful it is.
I could, just show off. Norma could show some stuff that she found on her last trip. That's sure to dissuade any
Actually, that
inheritance.
might inspire him. Like, oh, we gotta put an end to that.
Very good. Well, that's all the time that we have for this session. I hope everyone here and those who tuned in enjoyed the show. We'll continue our adventures into the Imperium next Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let's go around one final time around the virtual tabletop to reintroduce everybody. We'll start with Devin. Let them know who you are and where they can find you online.
Hello all, I am Devin. I have not been Norma. And you can find me online at Sorta Sullied, and the next time you'll see me is right here for this exact game next week, same time.
Excellent. Moon.
Hello, I'm Khaldun Khalil. Call me Moon. You can find me on Twitter at @KKhalil. I sometimes talk about games, or on the Storyteller's Vault, where I have some vampire books and other stuff. I was playing Nadim Harkonnen, a Mentat.
Leo.
Hello, my name is Leo. You can find me here on Twitch at Leo the Black. And today I played Ultra Ball. And Eric, you really screwed up my plan, because my plan was I was going to slaughter the Sardaukar and the other house that didn't side with me, so that way I could keep my front that I'm still integrated. But now that you sent Eloise there, you really fucked that up. Thank you so much.
Not necessarily.
Whoops.
You still could destroy the Sardaukar because the Sardaukar are there on behalf of the Emperor and the Judge of the Change. So if the Judge of the Change can't, control the situation, that's where the Sardaukar come in.
Shit, Eloise can command an entire legion of Sardaukar now.
Yeah.
Not necessarily.
Well, some she gets like an honor guard, right?
I mean, maybe. Not really.
Gross.
It kind of doesn't have an honor guard of Sardaukar. You know what happened to her, right?
Look, you just made everything so much harder.
I know. You're welcome.
So much
Ever.
more
Thank
fun.
you.
Hey,
Yeah,
everybody,
I think the Sardaukar are there in a different relationship to the Judge of the Change. Yeah. I think it's more of a
probably.
Praetorian Guard kind of thing, but like late Roman Praetorian Guard.
Probably.
You can find me all over the internet as Am Changeling and on Etsy at Thornkind and here on Friday nights unless I have to work.
Aaron.
Hi everyone, I'm Aaron. Pronouns she, they, they. Find me at Great Cthulhu everywhere but Twitter. I played Eloise Cherry tonight, she, they. Oh boy, does my life kind of suck now. In a good way, in a fun way. As far as where you can see me next, tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific, I'll be over at Girls Won These Worlds playing a holiday one-shot of Passion de las Pasiones. I am playing an absolute trash fire. You're going to hate me as a character. And you should. You should absolutely hate the CFO of a company who is conspiring to overthrow the CEO with their ex-husband. Because it's telenovela. It's got to be spicy. It's very spicy. Yeah. So absolutely hate my character. Love me though, because I'm amazing. And then Thursday, I run public access at the same time as this game, 6 p.m. Pacific on Thursdays. We are very close to the end. Yeah, I love running that game for my wonderful players. It's a lot of fun. They throw all sorts of wild ass curveballs to me. So you watch me kind of juggle all the random bullshit I have to deal with. It's a good time. And then Friday, I'll be here, of course.
Awesome. I know the feeling. And last but not least, of course, Rachel.
Hello, I'm Rachel. I'm Stolen Fires pretty much everywhere, which you knew because you're here. Yes, Public Access airs here on Thursdays. We also have Fringeworthy on Mondays. On Wednesdays, if I feel like it, I might stream a video game or two. Yeah, and I just want to re-highlight something that we brought up at the beginning of the show, which is the United States campaign for Palestinian rights. I'm dropping that in chat right now. We could use your help. The situation is pretty bad. I've seen some pictures that are heart-wrenching and stomach-turning by turns. We all want peace in the Middle East. The first step to that is a lasting and permanent ceasefire, so please do whatever you can, pressure your leaders, because America does have a dog in this fight, and we can affect what things are happening, so call your representatives, ask for a ceasefire, bully them on Twitter, whatever it takes.
And I've been Eric at Modern Recluse Online. We'll be back here Friday night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Big thanks as always to our viewers and fans for tuning in. And again, head over to uscpr.org for the U.S. campaign for Palestinian rights. And as always, bless the Maker and his water, bless the coming and going of him. May his passage cleanse the world, and may keep the world for his people.